Hey guys, you like my shirt? I got a shirt for my birthday from my best friend. I mean, the shirt says best friend. Is it a weird shirt? It says best friend. It's Tony's face. Is it weird? Well, is it? I like your shirt. Yeah, people like my shirt. How you guys doing? Who went to the gym this morning? I did. Did you? L's in the chat, everyone who didn't go to the gym. That's, you know who you are. Losers! Losers! Look, you want to be a part of Jortlandia? You can't be weak. You can't be just, dragging along. You can't be sludging about. You can't be stuck in the mire of your own fat. Get out there. Do something. See? He goes every day. W. Dude, I can't. Like, I barely read it the first time. There's a whole poem on the back. The doctor? Oh, yeah, this is going to be brutal. We'll make it through, though. Well, we won't watch the whole thing, but his opening statement was a disaster. Honestly, atheism and secularism is like a massive lolcow now. You guys can't defend anything. You don't offer anything. You don't make anything. You don't build civilizations. You guys are just kind of like leeches, honestly. And you can't debate. None of you can debate. What are you going to do next? Honestly, the cultural Christians are more interesting. They're way more interesting. Paying my Jort tax, the pockets are empty, do the bare minimum, like and share the stream. If you don't, consider yourself a nasty little gibbon. Yeah, don't be a nasty little gibbon, you guys. You're here every day. Pay your bridge toll. Meg Bob, hard at work, already shipped a bunch out, so you guys are getting your stickers. If you still want stickers, we definitely ordered enough. Update, if you guys are interested still, there's already 9 people. This is unheard of. 9 people are already signed up for the iconography class that I'm helping organize. I'm not teaching it, obviously. I'm not an iconographer. But in the future, God willing, I will be. A man who's flying from Greece, who is a Byzantine traditionalist iconographer writer. He is teaching a variety of classes. He's actually kind of doing a tour, I think. New Jersey, maybe California he's done before. And so we have 9, and we were shooting for 15, and we didn't even promote it yet. So if you're in the Denver, Colorado area and you want to make that, email me at madebyjimbob@gmail.com. He has to ship all of the materials, all the wood and the paint and everything. He has to ship it beforehand. So get your butt together if you're going to do it. All right. Enough housekeeping, y'all. Let's get into the meat of it. Another modern day debate. Still keeping at it. This guy I've never heard of, Phil Zuckerman. Oy vey. We'll see how it goes here. I don't think it went too well, actually, now that I looked at it. I don't think it went well at all. So, we shall see. Thank you for becoming a member. Let's go.
I guess for me, I think what's important, when we talk about Christianity or secularism or secular ethics and Christian ethics, these can mean so many different things to so many different people. They're easily strawmanned. We can always find the worst examples of each tradition or each...
Nice hat, bro.
Good luck on your show today, and God bless you.
Thank you, Josiah. Thank you so much, Josiah.
perspective or orientation. I hope we'll try to
I love that hat, actually.
try to find the best in each other. But so this is what I mean by the.
We'll try to find the best in each other. Look, does Andrew look swayed by that proposition? Look, this is a debate, dude. I'm looking for the best in you. I made participatory trophies. I'm going to send it to you. I like you. You like me. Be nice to me. I'll be nice to you. You'll grant me a bunch of things.
These things, and then we can proceed. Like when I think of Christianity, because there's so many versions of Christianity. There's cultural Christianity. You can talk about Christians in a sociological sense, a cultural sense, a theological sense. So what I mean by Christian is I believe it has these components. It's a worldview that believes in a powerful or
very shameful,
magical, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but like not bound by any limits of the physical realm, a deity who also seems to exist alongside or allows for the existence of a.
What do you think about Matt thinking he has a wife at home? It's pretty hilarious. What he's got is a man's cookie.
A Satan or a satanic being that torments the world. And I don't know why this God allows him to do that, but somehow they both are out there. There seems to be the belief that this deity had a son who's also himself, who allowed himself, based on a prophecy, to die. And somehow that death and the blood, actually, of that death saves everyone else from eternal torment in hell if they sort of mentally or internally accept him.
Not actually hearing an argument in any of this. Heard a lot of commentary, a lot of reviews, a lot of opinions. Didn't really hear an argument in there. Didn't hear it.
As their savior, and again, I'm saying this as straightforward as I can. I don't mean to characterize this in a comical way.
Oh, shut up!
I hope that's not how it's coming across. Seems to be a Christian, you need to believe in a heaven and hell, however you define that. But there are definitions that you can work with. A big belief that prayer is an effective mechanism or method by which to change circumstances, change our own personal lives, change the world, and that the Bible is true, either word for word or implied or.
It's like if a Talmud could talk. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Well, it could be this way, and everything's a question, and I'm asking a question, and I'm telling a story, but my story's in question form, and I'm not really sure, and everything's debatable, and everything's a negotiation, and I didn't really lift the teacup on Sunday. I pushed a button.
Metaphor, I don't know. There's different. I hear different versions. Like it's unerrant. I don't know, but the Bible is somehow this kind of unlike any other thing ever written. It's God's word, or it's inspired by God's.
Bro, it doesn't even matter if it's not true. Question at hand. Did you? I don't know, Phil. Did you look at the prompt? Did you happen to look at the prompt before you agreed to the debate tonight? Because I don't think you did.
Word. So that's what I think I mean by Christian. And then what do I mean by secular ethics or secularism? So I would say ethics based on empathy and compassion with no appeal to anything supernatural.
He looks like the guy who meets Dr. Jones when he lands in Egypt.
We simply appeal to our own experiences and the experiences of others in this world and this life. It's a naturalistic worldview that bases its claims on evidence and reason.
Why is everyone talking like this in this society? I pretty much want to round up anyone who talks like this and put them on a train to Poland. Question. He gets very butthurt after Andrew's opening. Then he complains. I know, he's like, you called me a dum-dum. You call me a dum-dum.
And those claims are always subject to change based on new evidence and new reason or more improved thinking. We're very skeptical towards claims of the supernatural. So any
oh my gosh, please stop talking like that. Where's the AI that changes people's cadence and inflection? I'm ready for it. I was against AI for so long. Now that I'm seeing what it can do for me personally, I'm pretty much 100% behind it.
ethic.
Like, it's annoying enough listening to a woman and you kind of give them charity to talk like this. It's like, okay, we get it. It's like a female thing. And then I went over there and there was traffic. And I'm thinking, why would anyone drop their kids off at such a place? And then I went around the corner and like Walmart was too busy.
Or any principle.
Ma'am, second window, ma'am.
Or rule that is knowledge. So there are some things we don't know, and those things we have to just humbly say we don't know. You know, time, space, how it all began, why we're here. I don't know if we'll ever know the answers to that.
Oh wow, it's getting into deep existential problems. Why am I seeing Gomer Pyle?
But I do know what it feels like to be hungry. And
that hat is awesome, though.
I can work from there.
I got to tell you.
Obviously, politically, a separation of church and state. That the government should take a neutral stance. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion.
Oh my God, they always do this. The secularists still, even some people who call themselves Christians, still have no idea what the separation of church and state means.
Or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Beautiful, beautiful articulation of Jeffersonian, respects religion. Government shouldn't be in the business of putting it down or criminalizing it or stopping it out. But also government shouldn't be in the business of promoting it or establishing it. Everybody wins in that situation rather than if some version of Christianity becomes the state.
No one wins.
Religion, that's going to get ugly very quick.
You're welcome.
For Christians as well. And ultimately, only we can save ourselves. So we are flawed animals, but we also have potential for good. And it's that potential for good which we have to rely on. And that's where we're at. So what I would argue, those are my definitions. I don't know how much time I have left. So what I would argue is...
You're talking about the opening statement, right, as far as
when
time?
We're talking about societies, I'm a sociologist, so how do you...
You're a sociologist? Oh my gosh, I didn't know. That's going to change the whole course of this debate, apparently.
Measure how a society is faring, and who's to say which is a better society or a worse society? Many societies, for example, are not literate. They're oral societies. Are they better or worse than societies that engage in reading and writing? I could make a strong case that I think reading and writing is a better type of society than one that lacks it, but that's subjective, right? If I came from an oral culture, I would find that oral culture.
I'm pretty sure you do.
Cultures are superior to literate cultures.
I'm pretty sure you do.
So who can say, and we'll debate this, but on standard measures of what I would call societal well-being.
He eventually takes it off, I think. He kind of realizes.
What I mean by that is, what do I mean by standard measures? Well, I guess most of us agree that life is preferable to death. So life expectancy, infant mortality rates. Most of us don't like to be the victims of violent crime. So violent crime rates, access to health care, ratio of patient to nurses in a given hospital, access to doctors. Most of us like to have housing. It's no fun.
Dude, I'm literally shoulder mogging Andrew right now. Anybody? It's because I went to the gym. He's also not sitting properly, but you know what I'm saying? It's possible. Dude, look, dude, this should be viral. Andrew Wilson's friend frame mogs him in debate review. I could see it now.
Fun to sleep out in the cold, although
I could see it now on Piers Morgan.
I guess it could be for some people, but how do people have access to housing and air conditioning and heat? Do people have access to education? Do people have access to elder care? When someone has a stroke, what kind of...
This guy's just...
care are they able to get or afford or access? These are the kind of things. Are men and women, do they have equal rights in terms
Are men women? Are
of pursuing
Does a man have the right for a gynecologist visit?
politics, business, law, owning land, managing their own affairs? Are children protected by laws that keep them from being abused, beaten, or exploited at work? In other words, we could make a list that probably Andrew and I would agree on almost everything. I can think of some things we probably would disagree on, like abortion, or maybe environmental stuff. But I would say the bulk of it having to do with human well-being and alleviating unwanted suffering. When we look at what societies have managed on those fronts, what I would argue is that the most, and these are based on rankings that I don't compile, but other, you can look at, corruption indexes, you can look at human development indexes. I mean, there's a lot of organizations out there, partisan and nonpartisan, that try to chart this information and rank nations. And what you'll find is that most of those nations, not all, most of those nations are post-Christian belief. They tend...
No. They're at the effect of Christian civilizations. They always say this. Christian civilizations build workable societies that are built on metaphysical assumptions that are then grounded or argued within a paradigm called Christianity. And what happens is things like the value of the family, the value of community, the value of church, the value of human beings, which comes up in this debate, the value of human beings, a metaphysical claim, not an empirical claim. And then what happens is it builds a sort of decadence. It's almost like a counterintuitive side effect. It's great, but then people get morally lazy and they get stagnant and then they get spoiled. And then what happens is you have a society of children who want stuff and who can get stuff, like spoiled children. And so they go, I want to be a girl. I want this. I want that. And he's rating how well societies are doing based on fulfilled desires post structuring society after it's established. How do they make it? Well, exactly what I said, pro-zilch. Unfortunately, the decadence is actually what's kind of crumbling society. Even though you look around and you're like, how could it be decadence? Look, we have computers and transportation and look at all the tech and it's amazing. We can order a vacuum in an hour and it's delivered with a drone, right? With a customized voice. But then you look at like some other aspects of society that are completely falling apart, like ethics, morality, decency, customs, norms, cohesiveness, homogeny. Identity. These things just fall apart. But to the secularist and to the individualist, to the Dave Rubin of the world, this is a bonus. This is like a bonus to them.
To be majority cultural Christian, places like Scandinavia, but the vast majority of the population there have dropped the supernatural beliefs that are part and parcel of the Christian worldview. And I don't think that's an accident. And it's not just post-Christian nations, though. It's also post-Buddhist and Shinto societies like Japan or South.
God can't be real. Interesting claim.
Korea. In other words, the societies that seem to be faring the best today with the healthiest democracies and whatnot seem to not rely on supernatural Christian beliefs, but rather have moved on to more secular ethics. And those are the things that spurred them to create universal health care, women's rights, public education, like all the things that even democracy.
This guy's a female therapist.
Itself is a secular ethic. You won't find democracy articulated by Jesus, by Muhammad, by Moses. There's no articulation of government by the consent of the governed until we get to the Enlightenment philosophers who specifically articulate that principle and put it into practice with secular mechanisms.
That's not even really true. I don't even know if Andrew will have to get into that and correct any of this stuff. But even those thinkers weren't thinking of reality and society from a purely materialist perspective. The empiricists were pushed back against.
So, James, how am I doing on time? I don't even know. Okay. So what I would argue is I want to be clear here to everybody's watching. I'm not saying the societies that are faring the best right now are doing so solely because of secularism.
When is Andrew going to debate Sam Harris? Sam Harris wouldn't have the courage to debate. And Sam Harris would get completely wrecked, dude. If William Lane Craig could tear apart Sam Harris, this is William Lane Craig. Like mid-tier classical foundationalist debater. Terrible theology. He completely wrecked Sam Harris. Sam Harris is a joke, bro. What are you even talking about? He's not even relevant. He's a little rat in a cage.
Not at all. In fact, I could argue that secularism and their diminishing of religion came after they improved their societies and addressed all these societal ills. But I can be sure of is they addressed those societal ills they didn't solve them through prayer or anything magical or appealing to a god. They solved them with their own minds and hands and hearts, and they implemented
their hearts? What's that?
Is that a pillowcase he's wearing on his head? The weakness these people have is that their opponent has to concede to all of their begged questions in order for their arguments to survive. Pushing back on those presuppositions collapses their argument.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm still going to find that hat and order it.
Adequate health care, public education, good elder care, all these things through secular means based on secular ethics, more or less. And that's my opening attempt. We'll see where things go. Thanks.
Wow. And he's got a pipe, too. Dude, you didn't earn that hat or the pipe. You didn't earn that hat.
So much.
Thank you very much for that opening, and we're going to kick it over to Andrew for his opening as well. But first, want to mention, DebateCon 8 has launched. You can see at the bottom right of your screen, DebateCon 8 is going to be in Dallas, Texas. This, the top of the chat and in the description box. With that, we're going to kick.
He looks like a line cook in a county jail. Isn't he a line cook in county jail?
Kick it over to Andrew Wilson, who is a live streamer and online commentator known for debating cultural, political, and social issues. Thanks for being with us as well. Andrew, the floor is all yours.
I already knew that, James. I knew the floor is mine. The internet's mine. Modern Day Debate channel, mine.
I appreciate that. Can you guys hear me okay?
God is so powerful, you theists don't have a video, prove it.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
I'm sorry, you only believe in things that are empirically proven, Joey?
Perfect. So I don't get...
Well, tell me how do you have AIDS if you can't see it?
To debate with secular humanists as often as I'd like, but it is always amusing for me to do so, especially the particular type I am debating today.
It's like atheists don't even study epistemology at a cursory level when they hop into these debates. PSWLC may be a heretic, but he's a debate master and legend. Giovanni.
Thank you, Giovanni. He does sound like Gary Vee. That upper register. The high-pitch upper register. Panic. It's like a panic
Secular
sound.
humanism is a moronic, self-refuting ideology. Its entire goal is to spare human society from unprovable dogma around higher forms of authority and beings, yet only offers unprovable dogma.
It's so easy to dunk on you. I asked you a question, Joey. Do you only believe in things that are empirically verified? Logic is real? Where did you see a video of it? Did you see a video of logic? Get him out of here, everyone. You're banned. We're not looking for people without fathers here. Get him out of here.
Dogma on higher
We don't need to give you attention. Be gone.
forms of authority and being. They'll say, look at you, you stupid Christian and your sky daddy, to which I just point out, okay, and you stupid atheist secular humanist and your appeal to my rights daddy. My opponent's entire ideology focuses on the fact that God isn't provable and is untestable and therefore should be rejected. Instead, we should focus on rights, which are unprovable and untestable, and it's ironically just as dogmatic in every conceivable way. Secular humanist dogma includes humans should flourish, that they have rights, that they're all equal, that they deserve a democracy and equal say, and that they should have a representative government. Human rights should be equally given. The list of dogma in their manifestos, Secular Humanism 3, or the Amsterdam Doctrine, are overwhelming. It's really just asking you to reject one religion for another religion. It has its own dogma and its own priors, which secular humanists just grant to themselves as being things that ought to be. When reduced, secular...
Jester, I think because they can't own up to the fact. Well, some of them do, to be fair. There are atheists who own up to the fact that Christians build better civilizations than many alternatives, maybe all alternatives. But to admit that, you're granting, as an atheist, you're especially if you're an anti-theist type of atheist, then you're in a bad position, because then what are you arguing for? So you have to divorce the past. You have to divorce the pathway humanity took, given Christianity and its direction and its metaphysics. Honestly, when you get to the metaphysics of Christianity, that's really what the secularist is borrowing and trying to fit in their own worldly view.
I don't think that's a hat. It looks like he cut off the bottom of his purse. You can tell by all of those books behind him that he knows what he's talking about.
He does, yeah.
Humanism is just force. Do what we say or else. No, says the secular humanist. That's not the case at all. Of course it is. You don't want to serve minorities? Force. Don't want to hire women? Force. Don't want to pay taxes? Force. Don't want to follow their codes of conduct? Force. Don't like their laws? Force. They back up everything with use of force, which aligns with their dogma, and say those Christians over there, you better be careful because they'll use force to back up their dogma. It's actually hilarious. Amazing argument I hear often from my opponents in secular humanism is, well, in a secular nation, you can be a Christian. I've actually heard my opponent say this in multiple of his debates. That's nice. And in a Christian country, you can be a secularist. So what have we established here? So what?
Yep.
What's my proof? Well, sir, you gave it yourself.
That's right.
You said most of this country identifies as being Christian, and yet...
Look, he's back. The guy's back with a... Like, you could tell it's the same guy because he chooses, like, these modelly, muscular men. Same dude here. It's the same guy. He talks the same, too. Like a child. Hey, we're still waiting for you to give us the criteria for what constitutes real, bucko. You're asking us to prove things. Sorry, buddy. You got two problems. One, you need to give us a criterion for what's real, and we're going to demonstrate that you don't even hold to that criterion. Two, proof itself. Proof assumes absolute truth. Why are you asking for absolute truth when you don't even believe in it yourself, Nubby?
Yet you're sitting here an avowed atheist. So where's all the persecution at, dude? Nowhere. Now, my opponent will say his view is backed with empirical evidence and that we should use science and empiricism as our basis for rational decisions, which he did, yet can't demonstrate through science or empiricism why we should do that. Because neither thing is designed to make ought claims, which means he's appealing to some other non-material concept. Dignity, rights, vibes, feelings, stuff. Who knows? I don't know what he's appealing to. Who knows? Whatever it is, it's his non-materialist-based sky daddy, his God. If I can't taste it, sir, smell it, sir, hear it, feel it, see it, or test it, or have any evidence for it, it isn't even real from your view. Yet, you say that we should have rights anyway. Whatever those are, and wherever these invisible things you say are rights, which are real, but Can't use any of your methodologies that you just gave us to demonstrate that they're real. The list keeps going. How about this dogma of equality? Boy, that flies in the face of all evidence available to us, doesn't it? Every objective thing we can possibly use shows the exact opposite for this. No, people don't have equal value. No, they don't have equal traits. No, they aren't equal at all. And
You're here to watch me get attacked. Do I take medicine? What's the dilemma between the two, Bucko? You're presenting false dilemmas. Prove to me that prayer works. What do you think prayer is? Who said prayer is used to regenerate limbs? Get out of here. Get out of here, maggot. You're too low tier for us. Goodbye, John.
strength.
I pray that John is banned from the chat. I pray right now that he's banned.
Or IQ or talent or skills or any of the innumerable amounts of traits that we can name, so on and so forth. And yet somehow the secular humanist gets to this, and this is from the agreed upon secular humanist.
What in the world? Yeah. It's one of those like Cliff Bar things that are just like pure mud. It's like frozen mud.
Doctrine, which you can find in the latest manifesto, and you can find it in the Amsterdam Doctrine. Human dignity and worth. Every person has intrinsic value, which forms the basis for advocating for equal rights regardless of background, gender, or belief. That's obviously not the case.
Hey, Dean Lamb, nice to see you, buddy. Thank you for the 10. Phil actually got mad at Andrew for researching. Yeah, I know. I saw that. He's like, yeah, we'll get to that. I actually giggled at that part.
Observably, it's not the case, and in any form of testing, it isn't the case. So how do we test for intrinsic value again? We don't, right? It's a spiritual concept. You can't. And that's assigning immediately a value to a thing or being just because it exists. How the hell would he test for this? How would you test for the...
Look, they are just... How many... Look, can you imagine being so pathetic you have 19 YouTube accounts to say the same thing? No, prayer does work. Prayer does work. Look, my use of prayer is to feel whole and spiritually pure. I pray and then I feel that way. So even based on your silly position of just feelings, it still works. Even by your standard, it works.
The intrinsic value of a human being. You can't. It's all dogma.
Thank you so much.
So they say
Cal.
the same thing. Well, but we can see the effects. And, that's what matters, and that's what he said, right? It's the effects. Which, by the way, this is the entire Christian argument. Yeah, we can see the effects clearly of what Christianity brings. Human dignity, universal morality, outlaws incest, outlaws polygamy, encourages reproduction, outlaws prostitution, frowns on promiscuity, bans abortion as birth control, gives a sense of community, which assists marriages from falling apart, increases happiness, increases satisfaction in life, lowers negative mental health outcomes, distinguishes clearly between sexes, refuses to lie about the interchangeability of sexes, refuses to grant equality except ontologically, but recognizes differences between people. It increases charitability, gives more loving environment, gives us an evolutionary advantage of an ought for reproduction. It literally does everything that you could ever want for human flourishing.
Now notice, like, Andrew pushed back on the nonsense that the guy didn't even provide anything, by the way, this guy. Andrew made a list. That's what you're supposed to do in a debate, especially the debate about what's best for society. Now, of course, you're going to debate what best means, but that's fairly like the way Andrew debates. Most of the time, he'll just kind of give you what your standard is for best because he knows it'll be something that Christianity does better than secularism anyway. Like the secularists could only argue one standard that maybe Christianity doesn't do better, which is unbridled liberty to do anything you want. But that's not an advantage when you're talking about managing a society anyway. But as far as a better society, you notice how the Christian can actually list these things. This guy won't listen to any of them. He probably didn't even hear that list, honestly. And the secularist takes it for granted that those things are embedded in the Christian view and praxis. They just take it for granted. They think it's obvious. Oh, we don't need that to do that. Well, it looks like we do. It looks like you do need a nudger, philosophical, theological nudge to have children as a virtue and to teach children to procreate when they grow older and make families and get married. Or teach them a philosophical lens through which they look at human beings distinct from animals. That distinction alone, made in the image of God, even if it wasn't true, it's a better philosophy than the secularist has, which is you were a fish.
His worldview needs mine to assign these dogmas, but mine doesn't need his. That's the problem with secular humanism. It isn't secular at all. It's a highly religious doctrine and dogma, and it LARPs as being non-religious when its tenets are completely religious and ultimately completely dogmatic. And with that, I'll yield my time, and I'd like to just kind of dive right into the debate.
All right, with that, we'll jump into the open dialogue. Following that will be Q&A. The floor is all yours, gentlemen.
Does look like Robert De Niro.
Yeah, I have if you don't mind, I'll give you plenty of opportunity to internally critique my position. I think that that's totally fair. But if you don't mind, I have a few questions for you. Do you believe that human beings have intrinsic value?
Hold on one second.
Oh, man. Come on, dude. Nicely done, Andrew. That's a good one. That's a jugular hit right there because, look, anything you say after, it doesn't matter. You have to zone in on this every time. It really is the case. Even if you said rights exist and you didn't press them on that, the immateriality of rights, you should, though. You should press the secularist on that. But even before that, you only suppose rights because you suppose something else before it. Notice how you don't suppose cricket rights or praying mantis rights. You suppose human rights. Well, that's weird. Don't you think, from your view, isn't George Floyd an ape?
Andrew, okay. I thought this was going to be a good faith debate.
This is good faith.
And I don't know you. Forgive me. I haven't ever seen you before. I'm not a follower. I'm not on social media. So forgive me if I thought this was going to be a debate where your opening sentence would call me a moron.
I didn't call you.
Gosh, you weren't even listening, you little goblin fool. See, he's not even a liar. He just doesn't pay attention. He's so ignorant and he doesn't pay attention. Look at him, crying. He didn't hear anything he said.
Call you any names.
Dude.
I didn't call you my opening statement said.
The opening line was moronic. Are you going to...
No, dude. He didn't say that, you moron. I'll call you a moron.
Oh, no. Hang on. I'll read it for you verbatim. I didn't call you any names, sir. I would not do that. I said secular humanism is a moronic ideology. Not that you're a moron, sir.
Andrew, okay, whatever. What's your question? All I'm going to say is I did not find your opening statement at all in good faith.
What was bad faith
about it? I felt like you
They don't even know what bad faith means.
I'll
show you bad faith.
You spoke for me, so you looked stuff up and said that I believe this.
I used your words from other debates, so you did say those things. That's what I'm sourcing.
Well, I'm talking to you right now.
So I should forget about your debate last week, or?
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. I'll forget about everything you've ever said from every time you've advocated for this position to right now. Then, okay.
Andrew, what I'm saying to you is I entered this conversation. I didn't go back and read all the crazy things or great things you've said. And I thought you and I...
That sounds like a lack of preparation on your part, sir. It has no bearing on anything. I prepare for my debate opponents.
So you want to just debate what I said to someone else a year ago?
No, I'm debating your position now on secular humanism.
Dude, it's easy, bro. If Andrew misspoke and misrepresented your position, you say, well, I could see that you probably researched me and maybe you're recalling some things and positions I stated before. But for this debate tonight, I'd like to at least present what you're supposed to do in your opener, you dummy. Now, Andrew would have known right away if it was a mistake to do a callback to a week or a month ago, if this guy actually presented anything in his opener at all. He didn't.
Humanism,
I do want to
just outlined it.
Secularists, they are actually moronic, though.
I want to jump in.
Like, I'll say it. Obviously, the philosophy is moronic, but when you get into it with people, they actually act moronic.
I think
Yeah, exactly. They're not used to being challenged so directly, but then they get all mad and they're like, that's not actually my position. And you're like, what is your position? They're like, well, and notice that all of this avoids, I would say he's doing a good job at it even. He's slipping out of this massive corner that you push a secularist in, which is their basic foundation is this unjustified assumption that humans have any value at all. Totally unjustified. In fact, believing that would be a type of noble lie. Believing that would be a necessary lie. Believing that would be an okay lie. But believing in God would be an unnecessary lie. And it's like, from their view, it's the same category. It's a lie from their view. It's made up. Max, thank you so much. Max, appreciate that $10. Thanks for the great content. JB Peterson released the DebateCon 4v1 on his channel, and the comments are so painful. They don't know the entailments of their view. Peterson chuds down horrendous. Yeah, Peterson. Maybe Peterson will finally, because he's been canceled by the woke left before. He lost his original job. So he's aware, at least, of where some of this stuff leads to. And maybe eventually he'll take a position that's coincidentally overlaps with a Christian one, and then it'll be his final hurrah, and he'll have to go like center. He'll have to go to the center on everything. But yeah, it doesn't help when your audience, whoever you are, it doesn't help whatever position you take. It doesn't help if your audience doesn't push back when it's necessary to push back.
I think this guy.
For instance, I have a decent amount of my audience, at least, likes Nick Fuentes. I got a ton of pushback against Fuentes. I mean, against when I was criticizing him yesterday.
Yeah,
I do want to jump in really quick. To be fair, Dr. Zuckerman, is that I don't think it's unreasonable that he read your past work to engage with it during the debate. He was preparing for the debate. If you want to recant, like if you want to say, like, I no longer believe that, then he can say, oh, now you've updated it. Okay, it's off the table. But I don't understand why it's...
Yeah, I didn't say anything bad faith. I went over
talk about
what secular humanism is.
Yes.
I'm very familiar with the doctrine.
All right.
Yep.
I don't know.
All I can say is that
Yep.
when I look at the state of our country right now, the hostility, the violence, you're seething with it, and I can see why. I did not get the feeling from the beginning of your statement.
What were my criticism, Nick Fuentes? You have to, I mean, you can watch it on Rumble or something. I'm not going to get back into it with him. I mean, my main criticism probably with Nick Fuentes is he's probably a homosexual.
That you are here to have an exchange of ideas. I got the feeling.
I'm sorry about your emotional state. Can we debate the issue now?
I just want to hear him out. Go ahead.
Like when the atheists realize they're in a corner and end up just admitting that human life has no justification for eating it. Yeah. Or the two brothers, right? I don't know if that came up in this debate. The two brothers getting married in a relationship and stuff like this. It's like, once they do that, it's just completely reduces to, okay, well then, if there's no realness to any value of anything, including humans, then what you're left with, as Andrew argues, and people think Andrew argues for this as if this is his positive position. The entire force doctrine phenomenon, the whole point of it is to get both sides to rest, or to at least agree to start at a base level, which is, okay, without any added metaphysics, without any metaethics, without any philosophy, without anything else, the pureness of nature itself, the physical world, is force-based, right? Cause and effect, winner takes all, might. That's the animal kingdom for the most part, and that's human beings. Once you agree on that, then you go, okay, well, now we're arguing which philosophy and worldview informs the use or the misuse or the constraint of force. Christianity, offers this. Secularism doesn't. You can't do it. It's actually worse for secularism because Christians, let's say even just like filter it down more strictly, Orthodox Christians as individuals could disagree on the use of force and when, but they have something to work with within their paradigm. You can actually argue that someone's being a bad Christian in a Christian view. You can't argue someone's being a bad secularist.
It's okay. He can, I mean...
I would like to debate the issue. I don't know why we're having a meta conversation about the debate. We're here to have a debate. Let's have the debate.
What's your...
Yeah, do you believe that human beings have intrinsic value?
We've never seen a supernatural thing in the world. Look, Joey's back again. Well, golf is life. The fact you would never see a supernatural thing, right? If you're defining supernatural to mean non-empirical, non-concrete, non-physical, then you yourself affirm the existence of non-physical things and it's demonstrable by the fact that you're talking right now. So meaning's not physical. Is that supernatural? Knowledge isn't physical. There's no physical item called knowledge. Is that supernatural? Are the laws of logic supernatural? Is information totally non-physical? You can't see information anywhere as physical. Is that supernatural? How about your mind? Is that supernatural? You guys are terrible at arguing, man. It's just like stepping on cockroaches. Zuckerman is immediately poisoning the well, causing the ego for the shallow secularist to have cognitive dissonance. Yeah, and notice where he's moving away from. He's moving away from a very brutal trap here. He is. He's wiggling out. He got greased up for this one. Because Andrew asked a simple question, and this is what shows. When you ask a very simple question, and this is a philosophical question, is there any value to human beings? And if so, can you take your secular model and demonstrate how you're going to justify that? Because honestly, everything else you argue for a better society is going to rest on your notion of what humans are. And they never deal with it, man. Ever. Vagine deals with it.
I realized back in the 90s that if you'll study their argument and then actually challenge them on their arguments instead of just trying to defend your own, then they'll start running because they're not used to Christians actually engaging with their beliefs. They're
Right.
used to Christians defending, not offending.
Yes.
I love offending them.
It's fun, yeah. Austin says, please pray for my father, Paul. Absolutely. He's going into surgery right now with a defibrillator installed. He had a scare a couple days ago, but he's doing better because he went immediately to the hospital. Yeah, prayers for Paul. Thanks, Austin, for letting us know.
I would say that to me, that's...
Music is supernatural. Music isn't natural. You're right. You don't find it anywhere. Thank you for that 20, Stanglia.
Seems reasonable, but
Very generous,
it's not
sir.
something that I could necessarily prove.
So you're not sure if human beings have intrinsic value?
Okay, so to me, I feel like you're setting me up in a chess game here. What I would say to you...
Yeah, it's called a debate. I feel like I'm in a chess game. Yeah. It's a debate. It is kind of a chess game. Dude. Chado, still waiting for the video. Show us a miracle happening. Dude, it's just so pathetic. Do you understand that you're presupposing naturalism? And you keep choosing weird male photos? Get out of here, dude. No one wants you here. Go to Switzerland. Go to a pod. We don't care.
I would like...
It's your position, dude. How can I be setting you up? How can I be setting you up by asking you a question about your position?
Holy moly! Holy cow! Thank you so much, Extanglia. Generous. W's in the chat for Extanglia. Thank you so much. Welcome, new members. Thank you so much.
I believe all humans.
I'm asking you about the position.
Yeah, I'm saying it depends. Do I think a Nazi who is rounding up Jews and kicking them in the face as they go into a gas chamber has the same human dignity as
I'm not asking about dignity.
You said, do I think all humans
have intrinsic value?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Okay.
Not if they're causing harm and they're doing horrible things.
Then we should not ascribe.
Ooh, you know how horrible that take is? They don't have intrinsic value if they're causing harm. So the very value and the nature of a human being changes, right? When they're causing harm. Now, the Christian doesn't have to say this. The Christian can say all human beings are made in the image of God, and we can police them. And we can police them. And we're stewards of the land, and we make laws. Both. In fact, we're doing a good to the person to put them in jail. That's an act of love from a Christian view. But this guy's like, no. And then now he's stuck, because now if he says, when he defines harm, he's basically taking a George Bernard Shaw approach. If you've seen his old audio and video, horrifying, by the way, which is essentially, if you're not doing anything, you're causing harm. And if you're not doing anything and causing harm, we should do away with you with some unelected symposium of psychopaths to determine whether you live or die.
Rights to all humans, then.
That's correct. I teach in a prison. When people do horrible things, they lose some of their rights based on a social contract that we construct.
Then what makes them rights?
We come together and agree with all of them.
Come together. I couldn't help but notice that this guy sounds like First Offender. Yeah, they all sound the same. They do. They sound the same. And they say we all sound the same. Maybe that's true. Maybe there's some phenomenon where we kind of mimic each other. But yeah, they have this like...
And they change all the time.
So we made them up.
Absolutely. What else? They didn't come from a magic fairies, but...
So if that's the case and we just made them up, aren't you just asking us to have faith in them?
That's right.
Isn't it just dogma?
Well, I guess you and I right now, I'm trying not to interrupt you. I think that's because if we keep interrupting each other, things won't go well.
Oh, the meta is killing me, man. How does Andrew stay so patient? I would have yelled at this guy already.
Now, if you say to me...
Stop doing meta. We're talking about human value, and then what systems come from the assumption of human value, and what philosophy can justify human value.
Phil, these rules were established by a magical deity. I'm going to say to you, I don't think so. I'm not convinced of that, but you and I can still agree on what would make for a fair conversation. And so me saying, I think you should treat me the way I want to treat you in this debate in terms of not interrupting, that is not a dogma. If you say, oh, the rules of this debate were invented by a magical invisible deity who exists outside of time and space. To me, that's stretching. If that's dogma, then everything, a baseball game is dogma. Who's to say 3 strikes, you're out? Maybe it's 2. It's just dogma. Right. That's the nature of living in society. We come together, and just so you know, humans have existed a lot longer before Christianity ever showed up. So,
oh, that's so low tier. That's not an internal critique of Christianity, by the way.
So clearly people were able to have cities and trade and raise families long before Jesus ever came. So
are we discussing whatever past cultures were, or are we making a comparison between 2 systems? The system is Christianity and society versus secular humanism, and it's got
this guy should be locked up.
Governance of society. I want to make sure that we're very clear with the criticism that we should not follow Christianity due to the fact it's dogmatic and unprovable.
Again, you're it's a straw man here. You simply
whining, whine.
You simply
okay. Hang on.
He's used to talking to prison inmates. This guy sucks. It's not even that he sucks at debating. He actually sucks to listen to.
Hang on, that's fair. That's true. I'm taking it from your previous words, not your words right now. That's fair.
Pick all the things
I'll just
you
ask you.
disagreed from.
So I'll just ask you. is a lack of demonstrable evidence good reason to not believe in God?
I don't even have any desire to get into this conversation. I'm a sociologist. I'm not a theologian or philosopher.
Is our beliefs a part of sociology? Do beliefs inform behavior? These people, man, I'm telling you. This, quote, doctor was soy maxing the entire time. It's hard to listen. It really is. Anyone who invents, for the people who review things, anyone want to invent a voice changer that's just like only selected for one person?
And you've already confused me by a double negative. So can you try again? Are we debating the existence of God? Is that, I didn't know that was this debate.
No, I'm not. No. I'm making a comparative analogy for reasons that you might want to believe in secular humanism. So when you say that people ought believe in secular humanism, you are making the claim that people should follow it, right?
I don't care what people believe.
That's the end, dude. The debate is what's better for society. Your job is to make people believe that secularism is better for society.
So you're not here to advocate that people should follow secular humanism?
You said ought to believe. That's different. What I'm saying is...
Well, they should follow it but not believe it? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Right. So, for example, if someone says to me, I don't think we ought to harm others because a magical pumpkin told me that, that's fine. I agree that we ought not harm others. What their beliefs are behind that is less important to me. If you don't believe in harming others because you're...
Dude, what's in question is people who believe in harming others. This guy is impressively dumb. This guy debates his wife regularly and gets to the truth. It's horrifying. There really is no good secularist debater because there's no good secularist position up against a Christian position insofar as it being better for society. Who is their best person, right? I don't even know. It definitely wasn't one of the four horsemen. It's certainly not that other doctor that Andrew debated back in Nashville, whatever his name was. He was terrible too. Where are you guys? Seriously. Nitty, who is the best... Look, who is the best secular debater when it comes to this prompt? Forget God real, not real, this or that.
The fool using the muscle man pictures surviving childhood is proof of miracles. I'm vagining myself into sobriety by spending all of my brandy money.
Yeah. Thanks, Vagine. Who is it? Who is it? Name the person. Seriously, name the person. How would atheists say this is wrong? Man touches breast of a woman who is blacked out. He is happy, leaves while she wakes up unfazed. There's no harm, right? She doesn't know. Yeah. It's a good question for them. There's no dignity. There's no human value there. It's just a meat sack. And they don't know what's happening. Same thing with the corpse, right? The diddle argument is great, you know. SqueakyCleanCadavers.com. They have no argument against this.
God told you? Great. You and I can agree. I'm not interested in telling people what they ought to believe.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Organized. It's worse than not bad. It would actually be a good thing because the unit of pleasure increase against the neutral would be a positive, right? The net positive would be a positive on the scale. The person who's sleeping, it's not a positive or a negative. Just even.
I'm interested in how should a society function best.
I think society functions best when you tell people what to believe. That's what's in question here. So the thing is that what I'm asking you is why is it that if secular humanists, would you agree with me, for instance, that if secular humanists took over the role of most of governance of any society, that they're going to reduce their ideology down at least to force for enforcement of said ideology? They're going to enforce laws. They're going to enforce belief structures, cultural taboos like incest, various things like this.
Are you
There are no
talking about like the Bill of Rights?
There are no justified taboos.
Bill of Rights would be a great example of.
Now, don't you guys find it a little bit concerning that the movement away from Christianity, even if you listed a bunch of things you didn't like about it, insofar as its application to society and law, isn't it a bit strange that when you move away from that, you move away from taboos, and you think that's liberating, right? That's what many people think, especially in their early 20s when they're in that phase of like liberation, breaking down barriers. They're moving away from their parents. They overcorrect. They go to Burning Man and do some things, right? But notice how society that moves away from an ordered system that's often, almost every time, theological, they move toward doing away with boundaries. And when you do away with boundaries, you do away with taboos. And now you have only downs, right? Now we're at the point where we live in a society where there's literally retarded people who have OnlyFans.
Of something which is dogmatic. And you could even perhaps say that it has secularism in it from the First Amendment. So that's fine. I mean, if you want to use that as an example, the idea there is that all of that's going to be enforced by using force of this.
I think that's accurate, Chaw. I think that they're just like, they've been in the hot tub for so long, they don't even know they're the frogs cooking in the boiling water. It's everything has been taken for granted for so long. Because he thinks we're at an advantage because of the Enlightenment. No, we're at a disadvantage because the Enlightenment basically told everybody you don't have to think about justification of any of these things. Let's just grant these axiomatic truths, self-evident truths. And if you grant that, you're like, here, you get a free hayride called society. And then they end up thinking it's a secular thing. No, it's not. It's not. It's off the rails.
State, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's called. I mean, I don't know how else.
I understand. Look, I understand. I just want to make sure we get the positions clear.
Yeah.
Do you see any problem with that?
Of course, as I guess what was it Churchill said? You know,
if the Christian and the seculars both agree something is bad, well, no, that's enslaved by truth. If they agree that something's good. If they just agree something horrific is good, that doesn't determine whether it's good or not. If the Christian and the secularists both agree on something is bad, the question is, does the Christian have a justification for why it's bad? And if the secularist doesn't, then the Christian view is more coherent than the secularist view. The secularist view is that you could agree on anything being bad or good. That's not the Christian view. So it's not whether or not they overlap at some point in agreement. That's not the point of it.
Democracy is the absolutely worst form of government. It beats all the alternatives.
I disagree with force doctrine. Will is more fundamental. Those are interconnected. What is will without action? Cam bam. And there's nothing to look. You can't disagree with force doctrine. It's a descriptive truth about reality. It's true in the animal kingdom. It's true about physics. It's true about anything. It's cause and effect. That's it. That's all that's being discussed. The will in the matter is what's in question insofar as, okay, well, if cause and effect exists, in this case, I take your stuff, then the question is,
Joe Suarez. I was talking to an atheist I know and they said their moral framework revolves around consent plus harm. So I proposed to her, would it be okay to delete if they don't know it or touch an intoxicated woman if she's asleep? She replied no, because consent. How do you counter the consent part?
Well, no, you get the other way around. You say, okay, well, based on consent, Grandma Mildred, if she signs away her consent posthumously, so she signs a waiver saying anyone can do anything with her body for $1,000 an hour, and there's a company that runs that called squeakycleancadavers.com, then you flip it on them. You flip the consent on them. That's what you do. Anyway, back to this question. Yeah, the will. I would say the will is tied to it, Cam Bam. So I don't entirely disagree. I just don't think it's a dichotomy. You're talking about the same thing here. Will. Do you align your will? What do you align your will with? Your will is to act. Is meaningful when you act.
If you and I were getting on a plane to Texas tonight to go to that debate con, and there were 300 of us, and the plane crashed on an island, we would have to figure out how to survive together, and we would make up rules. And if people violated those rules, we'd come. I mean,
I agree.
So
I agree. I agree with all
the,
of this. There's no. What I'm asking you though is,
he's good enough faith. Well, he's like a silly head. Like Andrew has to do a lot of work just to interact. Like he has to do so much extra work just to get him to play ping pong. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like serving a ping pong serve to someone who's facing the other way and hoping they accidentally swing their paddle and hit it back to you. And you're like, and then Andrew's like, okay, I'm gonna try another serve. I'm gonna try another serve. You're facing the other way. You're blind. You're dumb.
Because you don't have an issue just specifically with having a dogmatic structure like the Constitution, right? The Bill of Rights, which is pure dogma. You would have to agree it is.
What's your definition of dogma?
So, well, I'm going to go off of your definition here. What you say, which when you're talking about dogma, you're saying it's a thing which reduces past materialism. Is that right?
Oh, if I said that, I don't remember it. Forgive me. I tend to think of dogma in a kind of pejorative sense, like dogma is.
They always offer a dogma against dogma.
Something people believe.
I know they say it's a descriptor. That claim never gets unpacked, though. The descriptor is might is. That's the descriptor. Might is. The lion wins against the weaker. They win. The stronger collection of body of people can dictate, they could dictate with their will. They could dictate the outcome. That's the descriptor. Are you going to, how could you possibly disagree with that? If enslaved by truth, you do affirm rights, by saying you affirm rights, you're actually agreeing with me descriptively that if you affirm rights and the enforcement of such, you're relying wholly on the thing that you're putting in contention. It's a contradiction. You can't have both. If you affirm rights, you affirm force doctrine. It's as simple as that. I don't know how you guys have such a problem with this. It's just such an easy. It's like you just don't. I think you just don't like Andrew, and you're like, I don't want him to be the spearhead of this phenomenon called force doctrine. Honestly, that's my honest opinion.
It could be political.
It's like any way around it. You're like trying to find it. It's like such an easy thing to bite the bullet on. Oh yeah. Yeah. An organized society with law inextricably is tied to some standardized use of superior force. It's not that hard.
It could be religious, that they believe in a kind of knee-jerk way without, applying critical thinking, and it tends.
We're not appealing to nature for what should be, dude. Did you eat mushrooms this morning? We're appealing to the nature of reality as the baseline. Okay? Hello? We're not arguing for it.
Tends to be.
How are you drunk at 11 a.m.?
In the service of propagandistic services. It could be secular, it could be Marxist, it could be Stalinist. That's my, but I don't.
Well, I mean, how would that not fit the criteria of the Bill of Rights, though?
Well,
it would, right?
If you put a mechanism.
Force is a prescriptive? No, it could be. Dude, holy shit, dude. Force describes the reality we see. The prescriptive, once you agree on that being the fact, then the prescriptives go at it. Well, whose prescriptives are better? If we agree that an operating society relies on force, that's an easy thing to agree with, dum-dum. Why are you having such a problem with this, dude? We agree an ordered society. If you agree there's law and people shouldn't be able to do certain things, forget the ethical view that's informing that prescriptive. The fact is, if you believe that something should be illegal, anything Anything. I don't even care what it is. Because I think this guy, I have no good reason, but I want to put him in jail. I would die as a king so fast. Like, I have a really good, 3 weeks, though. I'd have a really good 3 weeks, but I'd be dead. Do you understand? The prescriptive is then what's debated. Once you agree with the descriptive, oh, yeah, okay, I can get behind that. Force wins. It's not that it's right. It just is. Force wins. Cool. Which philosophy better informs the use or the non-use of force? Which philosophy? Which worldview, bro? How you, I just don't understand, dude. It explains description. It's a description. It's a description, dude. Holy shit.
Mechanism says these are subject to change. That to me would be the opposite of any time you have a mechanism that says we assert these, but we're only asserting them through our own authority, and others are free to change them.
But isn't the axiom that affirms them God?
I'm telling you, there's a real, I do believe there's a real sort of what do they call it? Derangement syndrome. I think there's an actual derangement syndrome with Andrew. Like, people just I don't know what it is. Maybe people who knew Andrew before he blew up, they're like, I know Andrew before he was big. And it's like Enslaved by Truth is one of those guys. Force is necessary for an ordered society. Are you disagreeing with that? Force is necessary for an ordered society, right? Yes. Goodness. It's like talking to an actual retard.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
By its very nature, that it's axiomatically the idea that rights.
It's a description that you are prescribing. Oh, I'm prescribing that you agree with the description now? Okay, yes, yeah, I am. Okay, you got me there. I prescribe that we accurately describe things. Okay. Are you arguing otherwise, that we shouldn't accurately describe things? What did you do? What did you do this weekend? Did you binge? Did you binge on redheads this weekend, EBT? Dude. Your noose is like a mud pie. Shout out to Vagine.
At all are even in existence, the axiom which is appealed to is the God axiom, right? So
I don't see it that way, but I could see how.
Well, I mean, it is, right? Which truths are we holding self-evident? That rights come from where?
Thank you so much.
At least according to our dogma in the United States.
Right. Well, I would argue that in the Declaration of Independence, it's certainly the idea that nature's God is the source, but that's not the source. That's not in the Constitution.
This dude can't answer a damn question, man. This is horrifying.
Which is actually the blueprint of our.
Look, I hang on. Well, the Constitution, pre-Constitution, we had the Articles of Confederation, as you know. The Constitution was a compromise between the various states and the government. The states did not want the government to interfere in the states' religions, and that's why they had that compromise of the First Amendment, right? That way the government wouldn't say everybody has to be a Catholic.
You know what? According to this, buddy, I think Metallica has more memorable songs. And the thing about Metallica, which this is a value for me, is almost all of Metallica's songs can be transposed to like a bluegrass country style. And I don't think that's true for Black Sabbath, but, that's just me. What do I know? Thank you, Simeon. I once heard violence defined as the means to effect change. Force, defined similarly, would just be the ability to define norms, which it is. Yeah, force is just, it's like applying your will. And you don't even need a well thought out philosophy to use force. You could just do it for no reason. You don't need to think about it. You just go out and do it. Just kind of lead with impulse, just do things. People do that. They live in Baltimore.
Obviously, states which were Protestant did not want to be Catholic. They still had state religions post-Constitution. I mean, for most of our history, we had state religions. So the idea is that from the federal level, right, there's a secular barrier which is there so that the federal government cannot impose these.
You know what it's like? It's like every time he talks, it's like this, it's like a helium balloon trying to escape. And Andrews is just, every time he talks, he's like, it's like, back down to the barbecue. Back down to the barbecue. Come on back down.
Various actions on the states. It was always up to the states to have their own religions if they wanted them.
But I think that comes from human wisdom, not from a magic.
I understand the view. That makes sense to me from your perspective that is, but they are appealing to an axiom.
Not all of them.
Well, hang on. In the Declaration of Independence...
Are we debating like a U.S. history? We can do a different society.
It'll come to me too. Yeah, it probably will. I mean, it's probably it'll get a different version of it, hopefully. like that's the one thing that I wouldn't look forward to. But people actually just hate seeing someone else successful doing their thing. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
No, right now I'm just trying to format that there seems to be some kind of dogmatic approach here due to the fact that they're not saying these rights come from our minds or our brains or agreement. The universal concept at the time was that rights came from God. That it was. Now, you don't have to believe that or even say it was good.
So what's the point?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Jimothy Bobcat. Are you doing okay today? I
Yes.
sent you a video that wrecked Professor Dave.
Yes, I
If you
saw
thought
it.
he was a scumbag, you won't
Yeah.
be surprised. Happy Tuesday from India.
Yes, I saw that, and I need intermittent fasting with Professor Dave's voice. I could only handle so much, especially during Lent. For some reason, my senses are like peaked with this stuff. But it was Metatron, right?
Adolescents will often receive a teaching from someone who isn't their parent quicker than they will from their parent. This is how Andrew's opponents show their immaturity when they reject his arguments just because it's him.
Yeah. I agree with that too.
Yeah, I'm just wanting an agreement that seems dogmatic.
Oh, I guess sure. If you want to call,
Wiki Wally, it's the first thing I said. I was like, this is like the sketchy guy you don't know is a villain in every Indiana Jones movie when he lands. You're like, should I trust that guy?
I got you correct. You're saying most of the framers of the U.S. Constitution
follow dogma.
That rights came from God, and thus it was a dogmatic situation.
Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't.
It's really good what Andrew's doing here because you really could press the secularists because they always pretend to be anti-dogmatic, right? And you go, well, I mean, your dogma is that human rights are their dogma. That is like everything they complain about, everything they talk about with the Troons and Republicans and this or whatever it is, whatever their complaint is, it's almost every time filtered down to this idea of a right. Oh, rights. That's their dogma. That's their starting point. They don't like the word though, but descriptively, it would be a dogma. It's something that you start with that's unquestionable. You can't question it. It's just something that you agree that if you questioned it, you're basically off the board. You can't even play the game.
I didn't use those words, but okay, it's fine.
Well, that's what I'm asking you though. Like, what would make it not dogmatic?
It's immature to speculate. Well, it is a type of fallacy. I just think it's true though. Like it would be fallacious to argue that in a debate or something in Slave by Truth, but I know for a fact, just by knowing you and watching you, that you have like a special type of aversion to Andrew. So you're just like, look, it is speculation. And who cares? Whoever said I was mature anyway? You think that's a dig? Look at me. Look, dude. Look. That's on my soundboard, dude. Do I look mature to you? Does that sound mature? Good. I am immature. Holding on to it. Holy cow. Fat 50 members. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Holy cow. Thank you so much. That just makes me feel so good. Makes me feel like all my hard work, everything I worked for, is finally paying off. That one day, I'll have one extra room so I can start doing metalsmithing and you guys could really see what I'm capable of. And every time a membership or a super chat comes in, I get a little glassy-eyed knowing I'm closer to reaching my dream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Accidental stream button there. Big W for JP. Thank you so much. Yeah, you might get one. You might even get one. Mature maxing. My cool new shirt. I showed him at the beginning. Yeah, my friend sent me this. You know. It's just it's a shirt with the creepiest face. I'm trying to make Tony more accessible to the public, but it's a failed state. You know? Like I see things in people and I'm like, you know what? I see something there. And naturally when you see something in someone, you kind of like, you know, you almost want to like orchestrate them toward their own version of success. It's just like a natural thing to do. But I don't know. I'm starting to think that Tony doesn't belong in society, really. That he's supposed to be in some sort of, I don't know, like a creative dungeon or something. You know, like, people build those things for war, for nuclear war. They're always building these things. And I'm like, he seems like someone who could build one of those, but it's not for that. They're like, oh, dude, you built one of those, a bunker? That's sick, dude. Why? Do you think something's happening? He's like, no, I just go there to be creative.
Matic.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. No, I admire that. I admire that.
It sounds like the whole
padded. Yeah, padded, but it's for acoustics. It's padded. No. Oh, is it padded? Let's hope it's padded, Tony. Oh yeah, it's padded. You know, for the sound. Yeah.
whole thing was based around
never change, Tony. Never change.
The dogma
I don't
of
think
the
so.
idea of rights. So rights had to be grounded somewhere.
Oh yeah.
So they grounded those rights in God because that's what gave them teeth, right? I think it would be way different. They're like, we hold these truths to be self-evident that we made all this shit up. I don't think that would like have the same appeal, right? There was a horseman arm.
Well, that's back then. That's the way
we hold these truths arbitrary and completely crafted.
people tended to look at the world, but
we hold these truths temporal and influx.
But so that's like saying, when they built Notre Dame,
again, big shout out for the Big 50. Welcome new members.
The Cathedral of Notre Dame. They were appealing to God. Of course they were, but what built it was science and engineering.
No, I downloaded it. I kept it up over at Rumble, so you can go watch it over there. I think. I TOS'd way too much. So I didn't even bother watching. I didn't want to watch it through and like sift out everything. It's one of those things. If you caught it, it was a good stream. If you caught it, you caught it. If you want to watch it again, it's somewhere else. But I got to be a bit safer on YouTube, honestly.
In technology, God didn't build Notre Dame. Now, if you go back and say, well, back in the 1300s or whenever they built Notre Dame, they were appealing to God. Of course they were. That was their worldview. But that's not what built Notre Dame. What built Notre Dame?
So that is dogma then.
I guess I feel like you're trying to set me up for something. So
Yeah, it's called a trap, dude. It's called get you stepping in one thing so that you trip, okay? That's what debating is, man. This guy sucks.
I'm not trying to set you up. I just want to make sure that the
I'd be setting him up.
view is clear. Look, I'm never trying to set
what's the
anybody
hang
up.
up on Doc?
I am, just so you guys know. When I debate, I'm always trying to set people up to trip over their stupid views.
Dogma?
Well, because if the idea here, the idea that secular humanism is better for society,
he doesn't
my
answer any
argument
question.
to you is that you're also appealing to immaterial concepts as though they should be appealed to in a spiritual way. Ideas like rights, for instance.
Oh yeah. I can't. At the end, then you got me. At the end of the day, like I think unwanted suffering is unpleasant, but I can't prove it in some beyond my experience. So you may be right. Maybe kicking babies in the face for pleasure is fine.
I'm not even really just talking about whether or not in the individualistic action itself we couldn't agree was bad. So I would agree with you. Let me give you an olive branch, right? You and I would probably agree on a few universals that taking things that don't belong to you.
Yeah, exactly. He has to build his own opponents, basically. They're so broken. He gets shipped these opponents that are like missing all these parts. I mean, maybe Andrew enjoys that at this point, where it's just like, okay, well, it's like let me see if I can actually build the person's argument for them, and then I'll break it.
That's wrong, right? At least in most cases, that's wrong. Hurting people who haven't done anything wrong, we would probably agree that that's wrong. Like these are things which we can maybe universalize a little bit, right?
I think so.
Yeah, okay, so that seems fair to me.
That's true.
The issue that I have is the appeal. So when the Christian makes the appeal, he's looking for what's grounded. I think it's silly. And I have heard, look, you might say don't use any of the previous debates. I think that's fair. But you have referred to God as Sky Daddy, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. But
yeah.
So you're basically pimping Tony out.
Yes.
People telling you that you're mature, just like people telling me I'm fat.
That's right. I'm trying. Yeah.
But aren't
something I would say.
But aren't rights just like rights, Daddy? Like, aren't you making the same appeal? You're just saying there's this translucent, immaterial, nonsensical thing that we just like make an appeal to, and we should all just pretend it's true. Like, aren't you doing the exact same thing?
Okay, so I guess I appreciate that. Let me see if I understand your argument.
One player ping pong, totally.
I am critical of people who say, "Oh, Sky Daddy."
Yeah. Andrew's serving a ping pong, but he has a string connected to like this like deadened avatar, and he trying to pull the string so that the thing hits it back, so he can actually play the damn game.
Said it, therefore we must obey it.
Right.
And that's ridiculous because I can't see, hear, smell, touch, or taste this Sky Daddy, and we shouldn't base society or laws on a magical invisible being. And yet I'm turning around and saying we ought to, women ought to have equal rights in the workplace.
Right.
And children ought not to be beaten. And then,
but you're appealing to the same thing.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Right.
Yeah, nothing.
So I got your point. So this is where I would say I would agree with you and disagree with you.
I don't know where the part is, but the part I tuned in that I was chuckling at is Andrew was walking him through the fact that if the way we structure society, in this case law, because that's what we're really talking about. When you say structure society, you're really talking about what's not allowed. What's permitted, what's not permitted, how you organize it. If it's all just an agreement, he's like, well, can't we all just agree? And the irony is he works in a prison. Well, clearly, we don't all agree. Yeah, but we can't we all just agree? No. That's the point. Agree with what? That's the point. That's what's in question. Yeah, but can't we agree? It's stupid. The same nothing? No, Cam, you don't understand an internal critique. He's saying under Phil's view, if he says rights come from Sky Daddy and that's nothing, Andrew's saying, well, under your standard, wouldn't rights have a daddy too? That's nothing? Do you understand what an internal critique is, dude? Why is it taking you guys a full century to understand an internal critique?
The notion that all claims are, you said it's the exact same thing. I don't see it that way, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
So when you say to me, I'll give you some examples because maybe that'll help, okay?
Sure.
God does not approve of homosexual marriage. And I don't even know if you say that. One could say that. Let's just say
I say that,
okay, sure. A Christian could say God does not approve of homosexual marriage. Mm-hmm. Now,
I mean, I honestly, I'm such a stickler. It's probably better that he just agreed to that, just as a generality. But, yeah, it doesn't matter. I was going to get into like, well, I mean, really, it's like, it's not even a thing. It doesn't. It actually metaphysically can't exist. It's not even a thing that can exist. But I get it.
The proof of that is there. God hasn't told me that. I didn't get an email from God, so I'm relying on your interpretation of some ancient text that I believe was written by people. But the evidence I see is that my gay friends and relatives who are married seem to be doing quite well, just like everybody. They're
doing quite well.
Their ups and downs, but the evidence that I can see, hear, smell, touch, and taste is that gay marriage isn't harming anyone. No one is, it's not causing immediate, you could say it's causing indirect harm because this and that, but we could do that about many things like driving a car. My point is, but if I make an assertion like, we ought not let gay people get married, I can see the pain and suffering it causes. They can't visit their loved ones in the hospital.
They have a prolapsed anus.
They don't have the same.
They poop in public because they can't control their bowels. That's
societal right. Like, in other words, you're saying like it's all invisible anyway, but I can see the harm that comes.
Hang on. Let's untangle two concepts here. The first concept is, remember earlier I said,
why is a gay marriage impossible? From a Christian view, a marriage is definitionally between a man and a woman. There's no marriage without the church. The church is what gives you the marriage to begin with as a context. From a secular view, as Andrew argues many times, there's no reason to even say marriage for secularists or gay people. It's just an adopted legal term. It's like a word concept fallacy where it's just like, oh, marriage? You mean this legal secular binding thing that we could have done without the concept of marriage at all? So yeah, it's impossible from a Christian view. It's not logically possible for a gay marriage to exist under a Christian view.
That basically
it violates the law of identity and violates the Christian metaphysics. It's not something you'd have to say A doesn't equal A.
Used to effects.
Also, how do you consummate that, buddy?
And right now what you're talking about is the reduction to effects. You're saying I can't ground why gay people ought to get married. I can only tell you from the effects of gay people getting married that I can see that it seems okay.
And I can see their suffering when they're not allowed to.
Right. Okay, got it. But those are effects, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is when the second you make an appeal and say they have a right to get married, now you're making an appeal to an invisible, translucent, can't taste it, touch it, smell it, see it, exists nowhere, rights daddy, right? So hang on, let me finish the point. Let me finish the point.
Dude, chill.
Real quick, I'm almost done. I want to tie it together so that you understand it, right? At least understand my view.
Again with your identity bullshit? Oh yeah, my bullshit. When you hold to the law of identity, it's such bullshit. Yeah. Tell me why it's wrong to use the law of identity as a means to reject a stance. Can you tell me why? Just calling it bullshit isn't an argument, Cam Bam. Get in a pod.
When you make these universal claims, when secular humanists make these universal claims, and that is how you identify as a secular humanist, you've been a secular humanist speaker, in fact. I went and watched some of your lectures.
Sobbing De Niro.
Isn't that the case? Am I wrong?
Yeah, I identify as a secular
Yeah,
humanist.
so when secular humanists make the universal claim of rights, the second you make a universal claim that we all have rights, that is what you base the idea that gays should be able to get married on. They have a right to do.
You make a distinction between force and power. Yeah, you can have some type of soft power. Ultimately, force is going to be the thing behind even the soft power. But yeah, you could set up probably a couple of tiers of power, and then force would probably be included. Hard and soft power. So that's a good distinction. You know, because you could say power equals some kind of influence, and then the ultimate influence is force. From that view, women do have a type of power. Men do have a type of power. Independent, independent, but in addition to whatever force they could muster.
Do so, a human right to do so. You're now making an appeal, hang on, to an invisible thing that you completely fucking made up while saying you're not going to listen. Hang on. I'm almost done.
Dude, stop
while saying
interrupting.
at the exact same time, you're not going to listen to my appeal to a thing that you claim I made up. That's the problem.
So I understand, I think. So when you say that...
I'll never understand how these people get into this. I think they don't have enough opponents, you know, because Andrew's always willing to debate anybody. Any size, channel, doesn't matter. If he has time, he'll do it. And I think the atheists, especially the secularists, they're just running out. They have no more relevance. They ran out of relevance. But the ones that are left, they can't. There's no one left. That's why I asked Nitty, like, where's your guys? Where's your best guys? He's like, I don't know. I don't actually know. You don't have any. Because he can't debate it. It's a losing argument. It's a losing position. And it's really simple. It was already established as a losing position quite explicitly with the Dillahunty. And it's not just because he rage quit. That's not why. That helped. But it's because when you bring up this position and you say, does the secularist have anything to say to the other secularist who adopts a Christian view without any of the actual sacraments or beliefs or whatever? And they're stunned. They have no idea what to do. They're like, wait, what? No one's ever asked me that. That doesn't make any sense. Why would a secularist adopt a Christian view? You're like, yeah, but yet they do. How could you argue against it?
I think people ought to have the right to be married regardless of their genitalia.
It's funny how every time Andrew asks these people a question about their position, they think it's a trap, almost as if they know they can't justify anything they say.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I mean, with me, it would be a trap. I'm always looking for that. I am. Like, people are like, oh, you're a gotcha debater. Yeah, I am. I actually am. I'll just own it up to it. I am. Because I don't see any other use of it. Like, if I'm going to terrorize my opponent's view, I'm going to set up as many traps and hit him with as many axes and cut down every pillar I could see and reduce it to sand if I can do it aggressively. That's why usually I need a drink. Jim Bob Misfit Patriot. Someone offered me that. It was like, is being gay good for society? I'm like, that guy's exhausting, by the way. Experience being in the first person. I don't know what that's referring to. It was probably something before.
And you say I'm appealing to an invisible thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what that thing is I'm appealing to?
Well, you're appealing to you.
So
you're just appealing to you.
So that's not an invisible thing.
Unless you...
Oh, boy. Would it be fair to say secularists have no standards because it changes? Yes, it's like a flux. Yep. It's just arbitrary, on the fly, changing. And they'll be like, no, that's why we're good. They're like, that's why we're superior, because we always change with the times. You're like, you can't build anything. You can't build anything. You can't preserve anything. You can't even get secularists to agree on what to fight for or what not to fight for. One secularist dogma is next month's blasphemy.
to say it's a right. So I would just say that when you say it's a right, now you're making an appeal to something else. You're saying that there's something else that people have access to.
So if I say everybody has a right to adequate health care.
Yeah.
DebateCon, where is it? When is it again? If it's in Texas, that might be my excuse to go visit this guy. Mean man. I wasn't invited as a debater, but I could invite myself at this point. I'm at the level where I can invite myself places, including people's houses.
And you say that I'm grounding that in the same thing as your God. Can you explain? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, here, let me help you out. Do you think that
anything other than
I'm not grounding anything?
What I live and see and experience.
Let me explain better. Maybe I can reduce it a different way.
July. Oh no, I'll be doing my last day of iconography class. So that's an unfortunate overlap.
Think that Christianity is made up?
Absolutely. Well, what do you mean by Christianity? Do you mean like...
No. Whoops. Oh my gosh. Whoops. What did I just do? Fail. Jim Bob. Fail.
Will use force against me if I don't follow? Yeah. Hang on. I'm almost done. While saying, when you say it's a right...
Nope. It just didn't happen, Meg Bob. Don't get excited. It's over. It's over. We can't go. And just like that, we can't go.
Now you're making an appeal to something else. You're saying that there's something else that people have access to.
So if I say everybody has a right to adequate health care.
Yeah.
And you say that I'm grounding that in the same thing as your God. Can you explain? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, here, let me help you out. Do you think that
anything other than what I live and see and experience?
Let me explain better. Maybe I can reduce it a different way. Do you think
Montanica? Yeah, I know people, are pushing me to go. I'm a bit hesitant with the current state of things. Even though I don't have any rational defense of this, I have an increased irrational trust of flying. I survived a full flight of a female pilot, the main pilot. We survived that. And then this thing, I know it's irrational. I know mathematically it's like every time I get into that little Prius, like I'm closer to death than any plane. But I can't pretend it doesn't still stop me from moving forward with things. I can't pretend.
That Christianity is made up?
Absolutely. Well, what do you mean by Christianity? Do you mean like what
all of it? All forms of Christianity are made up.
Made up by
people.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's fair. So this goes back to the first question, which you said we don't want to have a debate on God, but here we are.
And this is what I levied on Mark Reed, and he didn't understand how he lost. It goes like this. The secular says, well, Christianity's made up, and I don't want to live in a world where something's made up, and the belief in God is unjustified. And then you're like, are rights made up? And they're like, yeah. And then you're like, are you willing to throw someone in jail if they violate this made up thing called the right? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, if I swap right with sin, how can you argue against it other than you just don't agree with it? It's the same system. You're just swapping the words.
So the thing is like, if that's the case, and you believe that Christianity is just completely made up, then it sounds like you're saying I shouldn't believe in it because it's made up. If that's the case, well, hang on. Hang on. If Christians are saying gays should not get married because God, your rebuttal here is saying, well, I shouldn't listen to that, though, because that's made up, right?
No, no.
Well, right.
Uh-oh.
So if that's the case, then I'm just giving the same criticism back. Well, I'm not going to listen to you when you say they have rights, because that shit's just made up by your own admission.
Right, but that's
yeah.
Nature of the beast. We're on a planet. Mm-hmm. You are existing. I'm existing. People are existing. If you want to drive, Andrew.
Dude, this guy doesn't understand when he's been defeated. It's wild. Look, Bucko. Look, Phil. Zucko. Listen, Zucko. You just conceded.
Drew, or
We're on a planet. We're in a world. We live in society.
and you don't want to get in a car accident. We have rules for the road.
It wouldn't take a full day. Oh, I think it is a pretty good full day. I don't know. I'll think about it. I could be a fun road trip. I don't know. You know what it is? I just hate leaving my house. I hate it. I generally despise traveling, even if it's not something hectic. Even if I know when I land or when I arrive at the location, it's going to be amazing and I'm going to be happy. I despise leaving. I hate it so much.
Are those
I don't think men are supposed to travel.
rules for the road? Those were invented by people. They're not, I don't say,
Like even those early travelers on like the carriages, and we have this Oregon Trail view, and like all the men and they brought their families and they made the trek, and I'm like, I think they were all gay. I sometimes drive a Prius. I don't own a car. Megan owns 2 cars. They're both, well, one's a Subaru, so that's pretty feminine. But that's a SUV. Meg Bob had a Prius. I drove it. And right now, honestly, being looked at funny while you're in a Prius as a man with these gas prices, I'm looking right back at you, bucko. I'm looking right back at you.
and they came from a magic deity, but I assume you follow the rules of the road.
I don't even know what that
okay,
means.
fair enough.
You mean,
fair
do
enough.
I follow things that people use force
That's fair. Thank you, Cracky. I thought I was being a little uncharitable.
against me if I
what I'm
don't
saying is
follow? Yeah,
humans,
probably.
Cars didn't exist for a long time, and then they existed. And then we decided if we don't want to get hurt, we have to.
Is it gay to manifest destiny? It is actually. It actually is a little bit. When you put it that way, it does sound a bit of a parade. Like manifest destiny does sound like a parade in San Francisco. It sounds like the will of man, honestly. I know that's not entirely fair, but when you just hear it as a slogan, it sounds a bit like man makes the world and man's will above all. It sounds like it. I know that's probably mostly a mischaracterization. It's just a slogan. I think slogans are gay. How about that? Is that fair? Is it fair to say slogans are a bit gay? They almost always sound gay.
Create rules of the road like speed limits, lanes, traffic signals.
I agree.
All of that we made
Sure.
up.
Thank you for the coaching,
Yeah, we
Tony.
made it
I
all up.
appreciate
So
that.
you're saying that my advocacy for human-made traffic laws
Trafficking?
is the exact same thing as someone who says those laws were created by a magical deity.
Well,
They're
I
not.
guess because all that's happening. Well, it's happening here is like I'm conceding the point, but it hurts you, not me. So here's what I mean by that.
But what am I? You said
Hang on. I'll explain.
Thing.
Yeah, you are. You're appealing to. You're saying
Manifest
Christians are appealing
destiny.
to I made it up, but you're
Manifest destiny.
also appealing to I made it up.
No, you said, and maybe I misunderstood you, but I tried to give your words back to you, and you said I did a good job. You said that
You said I did a good job.
appealing to God in deciding civil matters like who gets married.
Tell us everything you find gay. Well, I mean, I went through the hockey thing. I got a lot of pushback. Nick Fuentes got a lot of pushback. Slogans probably get some pushback. Traveling by horse and wagon to settle your new life. I think those guys got the travel bug. You know, they were the early travel influencers. That's what I think. I think they wrote in their little journals. They were like the male, eat, pray, love. They did it under the guise of moving their family, getting the wagon kids. We're going to start a homestead. Their hair was blowing in the wind. They would have taken selfies the whole way. It's day 6 of my journey across the land. I never realized how beautiful the waterfalls were. I hope my family's still alive in the back. But honestly, I'm just enjoying this time alone without Sally and the kids. Boy, I want a white picket fence when we arrive. Okay, Tom. Please take this and start a fund for atheists to be able to take an epistemology class. Yeah, that should be Andrew's next course. It's actually for his opposition. That would be the ultimate troll. You hear that, Andrew? I know you're silently listening. Your next course should be for you should lower the cost to like, atheists are always poor, like $30. And you're actually, it's a course for your opponents. It would be the funniest thing ever. You make it it's like they don't want to pay you, but you make it just affordable enough where they do it anyway, but they don't tell anybody.
Married.
Yeah.
Is the exact same thing. Those were your words, not mine. As me appealing to, I think
rights.
People ought to be able to do this.
No, rights. Specifically rights.
Okay.
It is the same thing. You're making an appeal to something which is absent to sense data, cannot be measured by any of the metrics which you said we should metric things by.
It can be measured. We can see what happens when
No, those are
people
effects, not the thing.
Okay, I don't really understand.
Well, you do. I think you do understand, and I'll break it down even further.
I think what you're trying to say is that we both believe in nonsense, so how do we know which is better?
No, what I'm saying is that from your view, everything from the materialist view reduces to nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even a law, like think about it. Even a law, the idea of a law is really just the application of a gun. So there's really, from that view, only the application of the gun. You just arrange it and say, well, the law is the gun, and the law is whatever I say the law is, and it could change, in fact. And I have a gun to prove that it could change. So what do you got to say about it? You got anything to say about it? FDA, other clergy, DPH, other speakers, tons of faithful. Montanica is a holy thing. I also hate leaving my house. I know. I have to look and see. It's just I'm already making excuses in my head.
So it works like this. Rights are, from my view, are useless.
I don't think
hang on. Rights from
traffic laws.
No, it's not. No, appreciating nature is good. Meditative walks in nature away from the world is good. In prayer. It might be gay when you start turning nature into God. That gets a little gay. Or you start, petting the trees. You know what I mean? Get a little too close to a squirrel. You start whistling. You start singing Disney songs on the path. That kind of stuff. No, it's a no. Here's 2 months membership for Andrew's course for his opposition. Now 2 poor atheists can learn how to understand. Yeah, if he makes an oppositional course, I will pay for 2 atheists myself, if it's reasonable price. 2. And there's one right there. That's one right there. If it's $50, I'll pay for 2 atheists to take the 4 atheists argue against Andrew course. Well, it's not even atheists. It's just it could probably be like arguments against Andrew. It's just called Against Andrew course.
Hang on.
$50, totally reasonable.
Dude, and
it would be funny if he made it like really good too. Is wrestling gay? That's a hard one. Because if you like watch wrestling and you add a blur filter, man, it's a weird. I don't think so, generally speaking. I think it became a bit gay. For some reason, they just somehow made it that way. But the act of wrestling, I think, is essential for development for men. Maybe there's a phase when you're supposed to wrestle. Like wrestle your brothers, wrestle your friends, fight your friends. And then you go through the phase where you go through that developmental phase and it's necessary. It's like the male pecking order equivalent. But I think maybe after a certain age, you're just rolling around with young men. And it's like, listen, guy, that's like being at the high school party, but for wrestling. Don't do that. Hey, Big Daddy. And I just called another man Big Daddy. Subaru is more masculine than a Prius. That's true. That's why lesbians love them. I drive a 93 diesel F250 and a 2000 Excursion. The second one is questionable for sure. Yeah. The second one, the Excursion, like, I don't care how beefy whatever that car is. The word, they chose the wrong name. I just think that's the wrong name.
Do you want the argument or not?
Well, I don't like you putting words in my mouth that I don't.
I'm talking about my words. My words.
You said according to your view, you think everything.
No, I said I think according to the materialist view, all things reduce to nonsense. And so here's why I think all things reduce to nonsense in the materialist view. Because by your own admission, we just make all this shit up. If that's the case, you don't really have rights. What you have instead is broad appeals to force. Mm-hmm. What we're really arguing about in the reduction of all of this is that you believe that human beings have a specific thing which should be granted to them, right? Mm-hmm. In this case, rights, something like this.
Right.
And you're willing to utilize.
Bill of Rights.
You're willing to utilize.
Bill of Rights are great.
I know, but you're.
I changed my rhetoric around this. He's saying you're willing to use force, which is essentially the same thing as what I would say. But I like to say you're willing to throw people in a cage rhetorically. Because this whole idea of human dignity and decency, I like the visual of it. It's not just use of force. It's like, what do you do with the force? You put people in a cage with bars like they're in a zoo. You're willing to do that, right? Okay. Well, that requires a type of worldview, Zuckerman.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic.
Willing to utilize force in order to.
Excursion is marketing for women. See? Big Daddy getting pushback. I knew you were going to get some, not just from me. I knew you were going to get some pushback for that word excursion.
Ratify or protect these rights.
I don't know. I've never said that in any debate. I don't recall it.
You're sorry about the eye contact thing before? What do you mean? It's fine.
Ever saying we ought
then
to.
What? Then okay. Well, let's start.
I don't
with
know
this.
what you're quoting by.
Yeah, you have certified masculinity.
Well, here I'll demonstrate it for you. Just with a couple.
I mean, you're probably right, but every time you say it, the masculine meter goes down. Like every, not a lot, so you don't have nothing to worry about, but like it's like a tiny chip off the masculine totem pole.
Basic questions. So
the ultimate force is God saying, if you don't do this, I will smite you.
Yeah. No, there is definitely a paradox here. Absolutely. I can't get to the bottom of it though, but I know it's there. Thank you for putting in that term. That's the term I needed. There's a paradox. I don't know what it is. Something off, but something correct.
Totally agree.
It's like war. It's like people in the army. You're like, yeah, army, defend what's good. To the death, honor, risk it all. Something about that. But then they're like, but then when there's no war, that's what it is. If you know how they say idle, what do they say? Idle hands? That would be true anywhere. But when you have idle hands in a men's jail, or if you have idle time and you're surrounded with dudes and you're calling it like war, but you're not fighting. Like the best thing for people in the army is to be in war. Because guess what? They're going to be fighting a whole different kind of war if they're not physically fighting.
Now, here's the question.
Thank you.
Do you agree with me then that rights are just social constructions?
Absolutely.
Okay, then then they're changeable.
Absolutely.
Okay, they're completely changeable.
So are sins social constructions? I really like this avenue of swapping sins with rights. The violation of a right, the violation, the act of a sin.
When a right,
look at history.
Isn't the case used that a right is only as useful?
There's going to be a war in the chat now.
Otherwise, why is it useful? How is it useful to have a right if there's no enforcement? Like, for instance, if you had a right to not be assaulted, but anybody could assault you whenever they wanted to, it was never enforced. Do you really have a right to not be assaulted at that point?
I don't know. This is weird.
It's weird, dude. It's a totally relevant question. Gosh, this guy sucks. Ladies, the Ford Excursion is the largest SUV ever built. It is 8,800 pounds of 3/4-ton man truck. I have to go to the airport just to turn it around. I don't know. It sounds like a lot of work. It sounds like a lot of marketing going on. You know what I mean? It's like, I think we believed you the first time, but now we're like, well, I don't know. Now I don't know with all of that.
It's too hypothetical.
No, it's not hypothetical.
Now I don't know.
You're saying,
or it's not too hypothetical. It's a very basic question.
So you're saying, I think everybody has a right to not be shot in the face, but if I do get shot in the face, then I don't have that right.
Boxing? No. But that's a really fun game, though. Boxing? No. Boxing's not gay. I didn't even say hockey was really gay, just so you guys know. Like, I told you, it's another kind of paradox. It was like, hockey itself is masculine in what the game is, and the fact that there's so much force acquired from the speed. So the speed is part. Like, I would say speed is masculine. Fighting, the smack, like the checking, everything is masculine. It's a war. It's a type of war. I totally understand it. I was actually zoning in on just the ice skating alone. Because speed is speed, but ice skating makes the speed, but the ice part. You guys have to get into my abstract mind for this.
No. What I'm saying is that if it's the case that you had a right to, I don't know, vote, okay? But then when you got to the polls, you weren't allowed to vote, right? Okay. Do you think that would really be a right? Like, absent the ability to...
Yeah, I think it's known to be at this point. I think there's, just like we kind of knew that the rap world was gay, we just needed the verification, and then we ended up being right about that. That when the cameras were off, they were all like, or maybe they kept their talking, And they're like, they just talked really gay but super ghetto. I think that was a Key and Peele sketch. I think that's known to be true about the NFL. I know all you dudes are like, don't take the NFL from me. I have a leather chair that I sit in and I watch these men chase each other. And there's a guy dressed like a zebra in the middle trying not to get hit by their big bones. And they're just in the tightest pants ever. Their buns are just robust. Just sit down with a nice Coors Light, watch those big 375-pound black beefy men just sweating. Right, honey? Honey, get me a beer. I'm getting thirsty. She's all, okay, babe. How much longer? How much longer are you going to do this?
To operate, to do the thing, to appeal to some authority, to enforce the right. Don't you think that the right is basically useless?
So if you're saying like, hey, everybody has a right to go to the dentist, but all the dentist shops are closed, it's kind of null and void.
No, it's more like, let's say you have a right to go to a dentist, but dentists all want to refuse you that right.
Right, honey? Honey, you gotta see this. You gotta see this. Look at the force. Look at those two bodies. Look at their... Wait. They're doing it in slow motion. Honey, come here. Watch this. Oh, you can see like the... Dude, you could see like the shape of their muscles wobbling. Look at those shaky thighs. Oh, man, I'm thirsty. Oh, is it hot in here?
They make the excursion so big so Asian ladies can smash it all to heck and not get hurt going to Walmart. Men don't need all that to commute.
That's true. Honey, is it done? Because we got an event. Well, it's doubleheader, babe. I didn't get in this outfit for nothing, babe. Oh, you see that sack, babe? Oh, man, I wonder what it's like. Man, I should call the guys. Over. Tennis is the most masculine sport? No. I don't think so. I think tennis does require, like, maybe like, pure athleticism. Like, you gotta... It's a brutal. I would say it's brutal, but I don't think it's the most masculine sport. Now, badminton, that's badass. More like badass. I gotta give this to this guy some credit. Oh, this guy right here? This guy you're gonna give credit to? He was way more good faith than most. Yeah. I mean, he's like trying to understand at this point, but this is just so... It's got to be rough for Andrew trying to walk him through his own position so then he can finally debate it.
Right.
Yeah, then you
and there's no way for you to enforce it.
Tennis is my favorite sport. I don't think tennis is gay, though. Once you really examine what's happening, no.
Yeah,
right.
like what we did to black people.
Yeah, right. So they didn't have rights, right?
Or they didn't have the same rights as white people.
So that right was only as good as it was enforced.
Of course.
Yeah, right. Okay, got it. So we've reduced this down to the idea that you have is force.
Which one of us should kill O'Neill? Buy my new gummies. Shackberry filling.
Well, yeah, but force can be nonviolent.
How?
Force can be nonviolent? I missed this part. Did anyone get... What is this? What is he... What did you... Hey, does this guy have a earpiece in his ear with EBT? Is EBT talking to this guy? You're sending him emails and texts? I grew up swimming and sailing, but prior to men in Speedos, I'm cooked. Sailing could be gay. I feel like it's unfair. It's got an unfair visual assigned to it. Sailors. But sailing? That's like a, legit sailing on a boat with like two dudes and you're doing all that work. Not like, I'm a sailor, we're arriving on shore. Like the sailors who are like just doing sailboat stuff, that's impressive and horrifyingly dangerous. Swimming, I don't think swimming's gay either.
You can sit in a road and not let people, like the nonviolent...
That's not force.
Sure it is.
How is that force?
It shut down the bus. The buses system couldn't work because people boycotted them.
That wasn't force.
Okay, so wait, your point is, to me, so you're saying Christianity doesn't use force to enforce its views?
No, I'm saying it does.
Okay, and what's your point?
My point is that the reduction on your view is force. What we're really arguing about is the idea...
I'm actually kind of stumped on that one, though. Like, is obstruction a type of force? Like, I can see Andrew's point of view. Like, force in the way we think of it is like, you're actually aggressing someone, and you either have a good reason or not, or it's justified legally or not. I kind of agree with him there, but it is an interesting question. Like, if you use your body to get in the way of action... Is the obstruction itself a type of action against action? Is that force? Like, what's the... Is there a new category for that? Because that's an interesting one. Because it's kind of like the I'm not touching you thing. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. There's probably a category, I just don't know what it is, that makes the clear distinction between the two. Because in the way we agree with it, it's like force is the movement. It's an actual aggression toward another body or a piece of property. It's not just standing. But then again, is trespassing using your body to intrude on a boundary that's not yours? Is that force? Even if it was, it's not. It's like, even if Andrew said, yeah, it's a type of force, fine. There's a nonviolent type of force. But the thing is, it requires a violent type of force to counter it. When push comes to shove, even if you granted a type of nonviolent act that affected things, objects in the world, whatever, cause and effect, it doesn't change anything about the argument. It's really, the argument becomes, okay, well, the argument of force is about greater application. So it's not a big bullet to bite if you did, but it is an interesting question that I haven't really pondered that part of it. It's probably a simple answer to it, honestly. At 54 years old, my masculinity meter goes up and down whenever it wants, mostly down, but there's a pill for that. What is that, the blue stuff? You drink that blue stuff? What is it called? Blue marzipan? What does Alex Jones sell? Blue marzipan?
Of who should be assigned.
Force would be removing them. Yeah, I agree with that. They're using a grievance. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It's just, what is it? What is that, though? Because it's public, so it's not trespassing. It's obstruction. So you can, when someone gets arrested for obstructing justice or like resisting arrest, isn't resistance a type of force? Resisting?
Find the adequate force to enforce the things that they believe.
It's called a state. That's
so
what
then,
a
if that's
is.
the case,
yeah, that's
why
kind of
is
how
it
I
that
saw
Christians shouldn't be rushing to get the monopoly on force? Why not?
I would say I would just have said it's like maybe a type of violence. It's like a type. Violence doesn't have to be all the same thing, but I don't know. That's a good one. That's actually a good one to look at if, in case in the future these things come up. I think that's a good distinction. And Andrew probably already thought about that stuff, but I haven't thought about the obstruction one, when you're just like, you're actually intervening on action. Is that force? The intervention on action, is it force? Nonviolent resistance isn't force, but the objective is to acquire force through demonstration, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think what the other guy said, I kind of agree with, though. That the obstruction, if it's maintained, it eventually has to lead to force. So if someone applied force to remove you from sitting down and blocking the highway, for you to maintain the position, you would then have to apply force. So even if you granted it's not force yet, for it to be meaningful, it has to eventually be force. For it to be meaningful in reality. So I think that makes sense. Yeah. I think we got it.
I don't understand your question.
Well, if it's the case that we're really just arguing over who should have the sort of power,
right?
Because they're going to have
appeals to force doctrine can't define force. No, I don't think that's a problem. We can define it. The question is what you include in the definition. You little maggot. Gosh, you're such a bad actor, dude. It's like you purposely are obtuse. It's like people like EBT should be wrestling more. You know what I mean? Clearly grew up without brothers.
have the monopoly
Clearly. Obvious. No offense to anyone who grew up without brothers, but that's just the reality.
on force.
Right?
He grew up, he didn't get punched in the face.
Can you tell me why Christians shouldn't have that?
Sure. You want to know why I think Christians shouldn't run the government?
Yeah.
No. That's
I
not
want
my
to know.
question.
I do. I want to know.
Question specifically is just this. If all rights are just reduced to force, which you've now conceded they are,
I'm not sure I understand that.
You just
tried my
conceded
hardest-
that it's true, but we can go through it again.
I have tried my hardest to sort of listen to your meandering and sort of like, yes, I
Meandering.
agree.
That's
no, I
not
agree.
meandering. It's the opposite of meandering. It's precision questions designed to explore the view.
So people pay taxes because they are afraid of getting beat up by meanie men? No, not beaten up. Mostly it's things taken in that instance, which coincidentally requires force. So, no, it's not about not being beaten up. It's about them leaning on you. It's about leaning on you. The threat. It's actually a threat of force, which is another type of use. I don't know. Every time you come back with something, EBT, you actually affirm the thing you're trying to move against, which is, yeah, taxes themselves. Guess what taxes are? Guess what? Taxes are meaningless unless there's a threat of force. Now, this is today. There once was a time where, once upon a time, yes,
Is excommunication or exile a form of force?
yes, yep, that's right. Well, I mean, it could be. I'm not saying, like, you can excommunicate someone formally with, like, a letter or whatever, and then them trying to negate it by showing up somewhere would then facilitate force. So we can define force. Dude, what happens if you don't pay taxes?
When do I get to...
Once upon a time, there was a society where the wealthy, because of their Christian background, felt obligated that they pay a portion of their money to do better for society, for those who were in need. Now, they were still snobby about it. They are still elitist, classists, but that was a part of society. And then they sort of widened the entry for it. And they're like, hey, everyone should pay taxes. Not that everyone pays taxes. It's still a minority, but the fact is, if you do tax evasion, you go to jail. Just ask Wesley Snipes. And who was it? Erykah Badu? I forgot. Lauryn Hill? Oh, on and on and on and on. Got another letter from the tax man.
ask you some questions.
Yeah, well, we're not even halfway through the debate, but if we could,
because so far I feel like you're
if we can just finish,
I feel like
this.
Well, if we can
take your stupid hat off.
just finish this.
Well, what do
It's
you want
funny
me to
because
say?
you every time. Let me ask you
That's
this.
right.
You've asked
That's
me
right.
over a dozen questions, and I've answered each one precisely. Yes, we do believe
They're
that.
always in
No, we don't
response
believe
to
that.
things that you're
Yes, we
driving.
do believe that. No, we don't believe that. I've been
Right.
very precise. So the thing
What
is
would you
like,
from me?
yeah, what I just want you to if rights are not force, they don't reduce to force. How are they even useful? If a right's
Yeah.
not enforced, how is it even useful?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that.
Yeah, you didn't. You're supposed. Yeah, you have to think about that.
You don't know?
When I think of examples, I think, for example, if I see that, if I believe, if someone says to me, hey, we ought not drive drunk, and everybody has a right to drive safely with the threat of being killed.
What? No, they don't have a right to drive safely. What? You don't know. You don't, dude. There's no driving itself, absent drunkenness is still not safe. You don't have a right to drive safe. What is this?
I'm like, yeah.
This is like Dave Smith level.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. It will decrease suffering and increase well-being. Now, if people don't abide by that and they keep drinking drunk, then yeah, I think they should
They
not
keep
be allowed
drinking
to
that
drunk.
would be correct. The correct way to look at that would be if cops just didn't ever pull over drunk drivers.
Yeah.
And if they did, they just always let them go.
Yeah.
Even though people had a right to the roadways to drive without there being drunk drivers, you would say that's a pretty useless right at that point, right?
So what I'm saying is,
Why can't you answer a simple question? See, I would have been yelling at him by now. If the cop doesn't pull over and you're not punished for drunk driving, then you don't have a right to the absence of drunk drivers, if that's the way you frame it. It's just a weird way to frame it.
In my understanding of what this, and I don't really know where this is all going.
It's like I have a right to the forest without the arsonist lighting it on fire. I have a right to the forest. Okay, so should arson should be illegal then? I've never really thought about that.
But I think you're trying.
I don't know why you try to anticipate outcomes. I don't know why you do that. I don't ever do that. I'm just trying to be honest. I just try to be honest.
Know?
I just want to know how a right can be useful without force. How?
Yeah,
it's an ideal.
How is an ideal useful without force? You're going to just swap out what a right is with an ideal. Great. Ask the question again.
Well, that's a principle, not a right.
Then my answer is I don't know.
Well, isn't a right is some form of like entitlement?
Yeah. Where's EBT now? I know you don't want to agree with Mr. Red-faced meanie smoky man here. I know you don't want to, but you got to deal with this. You got to deal with this. What the heck is a right unless you have force?
Right?
I guess.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be like an entitlement absent of duty? Wouldn't like you're
Rachel?
When you say an adherence to a principle can be useful, sure, but like for instance, let's say the First Amendment. If it was the case that
First Amender,
and it is the case that you have a right.
You know what Andrew should do? He should, and he's done this with like panels, but make it really organized where he's the main guy and there's like a tag out. Like there's just a lineup and they tag out or they get voted out with some like a $50 or $100 bill. This guy sucks next, but he has to have a line of them. They're all in a line. But it's like turbo style. It's like speed dating, speed debating. Speed debating with Andrew Wilson.
To, be safe with your effects or things like this, or let's say the Fifth Amendment or the Fourth Amendment or any of these. If it was the case that a cop could just take you into an interrogation room and just beat the tar out of you whenever he felt like it, but you had a right at the same time that a cop could not do that.
Right.
Would you say that was a useful right, or would you say that was a pretty...
Oh, you need someone to define force for you now? Is that where we're at, EBT? You need someone to define force for you? Okay. Okay, the use of strength or energy towards some physical action or movement. In this case, against another. That it constrains another. Or the action against another's will. The use of physical strength or energy or weaponry against the will of another. How about that? Does that work for you, kitten? I understand that rights are made-up concepts, but what would be considered a real concept? Also boxing. Well, no, I mean, no concepts are, quote, real in the sense they're physical, the way most people use the word real. But from a Christian view, the material and the immaterial, the visible and invisible, are real from our paradigm because we don't reduce real to material, but we'd grant that they're immaterial. But all concepts would be immaterial. The question is which concepts fit in a coherent paradigm. You know, which ones? Because, you could have a lot of concepts. But in this case, this concept of a right is informing physical behavior. Like, that's why it's such an important distinction and concept. Like, you can think of a unicorn, that's a concept. But the unicorn, in this case, it has no weight in this context of whether or not people end up in a jail or not.
Not useful, right?
I would say it's a useful right that's being violated.
Well, right. Well, okay, but if it's always being violated, meaning it's never being enforced, how would that even be useful to you? It's only useful if it's enforced, right?
It has to be upheld, and if it's not,
That's
yeah,
force.
it has to be enforced.
Okay.
So when we're talking about rights, we're really just always creating a reduction to force. And if we're talking about force, then what you're really asking me
Thank
to
you
do
for your
is
deposit,
give up
sir.
force to you for your view.
I know, Brady. It's my favorite
okay?
part.
I don't. Can you give me an example in the real world of what you're talking about?
Sure. So here would be a good example of this. Once upon a time, black kids couldn't go to white kids' schools, right?
Right.
If it
Those were the days.
was the case that the law said that they could, but the National Guard hadn't shown up when it was the case that the governor said that they couldn't, would that right have done the black people any good?
In that particular moment, the right had to be enforced.
All rights have to be all.
Yeah, the footage. It's famous. There's famous footage of it. They show up with the force.
By his logic, we should just unalive all persons so that all suffering and arguments stop forever. His morals are evil.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't think there's good and evil. I mean, his last name was Zuckerman.
Cool it with
Every
the
right that I can
anti-Semitic
think of
Okay.
and have always thought of has to operate that way.
Okay.
So now if they have a right to go to the school and you're barring them access to the school,
Right.
they now can appeal for redress to force.
Okay.
And every single right operates that way.
Okay.
So if that's the case, and
Yeah. Like, it's funny, guys who debate think only force exists. No, nobody said force exists to persuade. Force isn't persuasion. It's force. Toilet bowl. What are you talking about, dude? No, that's the distinction. That debate doesn't do it. Debate's not enough. Persuasion's not enough is the argument. Force doesn't exist to persuade. The threat of force can persuade people, but force, no. No, that's just a straw man, dude. What are you and EBT doing shots this morning?
you're making the claim that there's universal rights.
I just don't
based on
understand how it's been like 2 years of these arguments, and you guys are so bloody retarded. You still don't understand the position.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
It's like you're purposefully like, I will not understand the position. I will not update.
on secular humanism, which you are.
It's because it's Andrew. That's why. If it was someone else, they'd be like, oh, yeah, no, I get it. Yeah,
Then that would mean that you're saying that secular humanism
yeah, it's coercion. I wouldn't even, it's persuasion. Not really. Coercion.
need to have the monopoly on force. You would have to.
Because I don't
you're-
get it? No. I just corrected you, dum-dum. You just said,
Guys who debate, here's toilet bowl earth right here. Guys who like debate, it's like it's ironic that people who debate think that force exists for persuasion.
not what anybody said. You bunch of junkies. The argument is still dumb. Saying it's dumb doesn't counter it. The argument is simple. For an ordered society, you need force. Do you agree with premise one? Anybody? Anyone disagree with premise one? For an ordered society with law, you need force. Do you agree with premise one?
You're making the appeal that
No,
these
dude,
rights.
you don't need it. It's just like, it's like you could use it, but it's like you could totally like order a society just by emails and signs. Like, haven't you ever heard of a billboard? Dude, there's billboards all over the place suggesting how people should be. It's like you don't need like ICE and like the police.
Shifting the goalpost, says the guy who is not engaging with my premise one. Enslaved by truth. Do you need a 24-hour timeout, little guy? You need to go in the corner? Premise one, do you agree with it? An ordered society requires force. Look, if you deny premise one, you're denying a lawful society. It's simple. It's a trap, dude.
and dogmas which come from your worldview are universalized. And so therefore force should be universalized to enforce those rights. And that's what you're actually
It's like having a bunch of Judd Nelsons in the chat.
asking Christians to do, is to yield rights to you.
Yeah, but like, you could do that without a gun, dude. You could like totally do that just like by suggestions. Dude, next time someone's holding someone hostage or like doing a mass pew-pew event, maybe you should probably like send like one of those like Telegram midgets that sing a persuasive song to stop them.
Yeah. Dude, this guy's the worst. He really doesn't have any place on the stage, really. Look at him. I mean, look at the visual, the difference.
You, or to yield force to you. And I'm asking why we should do that. Why the hell should we do that?
So
Force only gives you compliance, not a society anyone has reason to affirm. Those are two different questions. The question is, any society that has rules and laws needs force. Now you're switching it. We're not talking about whether or not you should affirm a society just because they have force. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. An ordered society that has laws requires force. Okay? No one talked about whether or not that justifies the society. No, it's a precondition for the society. Those are two different questions. Force cannot generate the very thing it's supposed to preserve. No, I think that's false. If you generate a society with the laws, how do you look, it's really simple. I'm asking the same damn question with you junkies over and over again. Is a society with laws worth preserving?
Force can't generate the very thing it's supposed to preserve.
Let's say we want to preserve a lawful society. Can force preserve a lawful society?
No, dude, emails do. I already told you, bro. You make signs and you put printed things in people's windshields and you make suggestions over and over again to not violate the law.
I understood your sentence the first time. I'm pushing back on it because if the thing you're preserving is a lawful society, can you tell me anything other than force that's going to preserve a lawful society? I'm going to guess no. You guys are such cowards.
I'm a little bit confused when you mean like Phil Zuckerman should be the emperor and I should decide everything. Is that what you mean by I think?
You think you're really laughing like that? Do you think we believe that you're laughing like that? You just said force can't preserve, generate. It doesn't generate. Force doesn't generate the law. Well, fine. A bunch of people generate the law in their mind. It's meaningless without force. So the preservation of the thing generated requires force. Humans generate laws. Laws are meaningless without force. If you generate laws, if force doesn't generate the law, fine. The law is meaningless without force. So dumb, dude.
I'm saying that Chris...
I didn't pivot. I didn't pivot at all. You just said it, dude. You said it 3 times, dum-dum.
Christians are...
This is what happens when you get, like, derangement syndrome. You can't think properly.
A broad coalition.
How am I pivoting? For the last time, dude. Is a lawful society worth preserving? Unbelievable.
Or collection. Once upon a time, they were pan-Protestant. There was various collections of them that way. Now, hang on.
I'm just asking a question.
I'm answering it.
Who was the you?
It would be the collective of secular humanists, which you're appealing to their dogma or your dogma with them.
Oh, so I if I understand you correctly, no, I would not say that only secular, self-identified secular humanists are in charge and you all have.
I actually don't know, Rachel. I honestly don't know anymore. I think the other guy is kind of a commie maybe at this point.
To do what we say, that seems bizarre to me.
Then how do you universalize the rights that you want universalized?
The best I can look at is representative democracy. I've lived in many countries. I've seen which ones seem to function better than others, and the ones that seem to function.
You're pivoting, now implying existence of rights and things you defend with force. I'm not talking about rights. I'm talking about laws. I'm talking about laws. You're not answering my question, dude. Why are you such a scumbag? You said it yourself. Force doesn't generate the things that it claims to preserve or whatever. It doesn't preserve it, right? Or something like that. I asked you a simple question, dude. If a favored society is a lawful one, you need force for a lawful society, man. I'm not the one saying rights don't exist, only rights do. We're not talking about rights, man. You're truly a junkie.
The best are the...
You can't even have a normal back and forth because you literally can't, you can't focus. That's right. That actually is right.
Ones that appeal to human-created rules and human mechanisms that do not appeal to anything supernatural. Now, I could be wrong about that. But
you're appealing rights is an appeal to something supernatural by your own agreement. Multiple times now. You're making the same exact appeal to something which is ethereal, does not exist, is immaterial, can't be accounted for, cannot be measured by your own definition. None of these things
Well,
can
I don't agree with that. What I said...
Well, yeah. Let's take traffic laws.
I haven't
appealed to
anything supernatural in traffic laws.
No, but you appeal to something supernatural with rights.
Fine, but can you let me speak for myself, or do you want to put the words in my mouth?
These are your words you've told me tonight.
I am saying to you that the best functioning societies right now are just people who have come together collectively and decided what is the best way we want to live.
No, that actually is not actually true. Even his account of this chronologically isn't true. Even in the sense of America, the conception of America is still people determining, right, at a much smaller level, the outcome of many generations that had no say in it, how to operate. And based on putting a stick in the ground and saying, not those guys, us guys, here's what we're doing. You think you're going to stop us? Go for it. That's kind of how it goes.
Yeah.
And they appeal to experience. They appeal to reason. They appeal to all kinds of things.
They appeal to human rights.
Not necessarily.
Which ones don't?
You're putting words in my mouth.
Which ones don't?
Can you let me just speak? Can
it's
you
a
just
vibe.
let me speak?
Okay, but you're not going to get away from the question. Which ones don't appeal to human rights?
I do.
Every country you're going to cite appeals to human rights.
I want to give Dr. Zuckerman a chance to finish.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, when I read the Constitution of Denmark, which I haven't memorized, so I'd have to go back and Google it, there are laws in the Danish law books that articulate how the society is going to function. That does not appeal to anything supernatural. Now,
Speaking of supernatural, we have 4 minutes left. Let's see if we can get that goal. 4 minutes, 6 left, y'all. You're pivoting from force is all that exists. I didn't say force is all that exists. It's a conditional statement. You guys are so retarded. No one's saying that. Holy crap, dude. How are you this dense? No one said force is all that exists. The claim that all that exists is material In this case, when you're oppositional to a secularist, you're getting them to say all that exists is strictly just the material world, cause and effect. Do you understand what an internal critique is, dum-dum? If from the opposition's view, you junkie, if from their view, all there is just pure nature because God doesn't exist and all these metaphysical things are just made up, right? Like rights. All of it's made up. If from their view that's true, then the Christian's view of made up sins or applying law to a Christian ethics system, right? Applying Christian ethics to legality. If it's all made up, that's a part of the debate, dude. How do you not understand this? The Christian isn't saying all that exists is force. The Christian is presenting that as the necessary position that the materialist holds. I've made entire streams about what? Oh, holy crap, dude! You're insufferably dumb. I've made entire streams about negating the idea that everything's strictly material. It's a conditional. If the world is purely material, then force in a society is really the only thing we're dealing with. If, do you know what a conditional statement is? You're too dumb. Look, dude, you're too dumb. Andrew said literally, no, he's doing an internal critique. He's meeting the opposition on his grounds. Dude, you guys are just, you definitely have Andrew derangement syndrome. It's like a leftist not understanding basic economics because Donald Trump holds a position. That's what it's like. It's like you guys are like, you can't even be engaged with. It's so bad. No, this is a debate. If it's the case that Phil Zuckerman's position, if it's granted by Andrew, that just purely material exists, then rights don't exist. And equally so, God doesn't exist. There are all these ideas, right? Good, the good, ethics, miracles, truth, all this stuff, right? That's for the sake of the argument, dude. The moonwalking is incredible. You don't even know what's going on, dude. You don't even know what's going on.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it does say like our Lord Jesus's blood dictates that we all have to, everybody's, goes to school on these times.
You're too dumb to even form sentences, dude. Seriously.
But the laws that govern modern Denmark were created by people for...
You can't even give me my arguments, dude. You can't even give me one of my arguments back to me.
Each other based on collective sentiment and democratic principles and processes with no appeal to something supernatural.
He's a dum-dum.
Human rights in the Kingdom of Denmark are protected by the state's constitution. Human rights are appealed to multiple times all throughout the state's constitution. That's an appeal to something supernatural, sir.
I'm going to get one,
There is no
Eli.
such thing as a right by your own admission. It's just made up shit. It's ethereal nonsense.
Are they dumb? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Could be substances.
Would you like to read the Constitution? I can pull it up. Name a single country you would appeal to that...
EBT, you keep saying the argument's dumb. How about this? Can you give us back what you think the argument is so we know you're engaging with it? Whatever you think is dumb, we understand what you think is dumb. Can you just try to? Can you try? Please? Can you try your best to give a steel man of the argument you think is dumb? Please. Because I don't know if you're kidding or not. Kidding about what? Give me my argument back. It's just so infuriating. It's like trying to talk to the drunk people when the bar's closing.
That's not looking for these supernatural rights as being the grounded foundation. For instance, the democracies that you want so badly, you have a right to vote. You have a right to vote. That's what makes a democracy work.
And you're saying that I think it's something supernatural that grants
I'm saying
that?
well,
It's a really easy argument. If you hold to rights, the concepts, if you want them applied, you need force. It's really simple. If you want an ordered society with law, and you didn't even have the term rights, you just had rules, right? You didn't even have the language of rights. You just had rules. You could do this, you can't do that. You did that, you go to jail. You get your head cut off, whatever. Obviously, we're talking about the enforcement that keeps an ordered society and a set of behaviors. That's what we're talking about. It's not hard to understand, dude.
Well, it has to be definitionally. How do we measure it? Where does it exist materially? Where you're just making an appeal to it.
Like, what are you talking about?
We do what?
That's life, bro. That's life.
We make appeals to things that don't exist.
No, we live our lives collectively and agree on what kind of rules we want to follow. I don't understand why that's so mysterious to you. Do you really think
See, this is TB and EBT right now. Watch this part.
Not,
I mean,
okay,
I feel like
you make
just
an appeal, you have a right to do X.
Andrew, are you telling me
right?
You're telling me that people don't get together collectively and decide how they want to live except by appealing to the supernatural?
I'm saying no. Of course not.
So
I'll make it very concise for you.
You just steelmanned it where force doctrine equals big man with sharp thing make rule. Me follow rule, me no want to get sharp thing. No, that's not an argument. That's a description. Do you agree with the description? Is that a description you agree with? That rules in an ordered society, the rules are enforced by man with sharp thing. Yes? Yeah? Do you agree with that?
I'm saying.
See, I'm trying to understand, EBT. If there's someone else in the chat who's like, oh yeah, I don't know about this force doctrine thing. There might be holes in it. Do you agree that when societies are structured and there is a rule, even if it's made by the guy without the stick, by the way, that's a part that I don't quite agree with, by the way, but let's say the man did make the rule and he also enforced it. That's not even really true. The legislative body is made up of a bunch of weaklings who don't enforce anything. But anyway, we get your point. Nervous ad homs? No, dude. You got nothing. You got nothing. You can't even give me back what the position is. So why should we listen to you? At least EBT's trying here. Rules made. It doesn't need to be made with the guys with the guns. Rules made. Threat of force required for follow rules. Are we on point? And it's weird because some of these people are parents. Can you imagine being a parent and not grasping this at the most fundamental daily level? Rules made. Dad, enforce. Rules meaningless. No enforcement.
Saying that if it's the case that you have reduced, and you did, and you can go back this up if you want, when you come to an agreement,
it is
that rights.
Yeah, they're farming for a late night junkie stream.
Are a thing which, by your own metrics, cannot be measured by science. Hang on,
for a second, Andrew.
Perhaps it is an is. Okay, we're getting somewhere. You agree with the is statement. Rules made, force required for rules. Cool. All right, good. All right. It's not an ought. No one's saying the ought, dude. How many times have you seen this? How many times? Holy crap, bro. It's not an ought. The question is, if, conditional, if your view reduces to force and you have an opinion, but ultimately the opinion is meaningless when we're talking about ordering society, right? Because the question of what's better for society is going to go to how you organize the use of force. You cannot talk about what's better or worse for society unless you have inevitably go up against the wall. Finally, you're going to inevitably do it. You're going to go, oh, well, what happens if this guy, what happens if Rocky does this? And you go, do we put him in jail or not? That's what we're talking about. Why ought, that's not the argument. The argument isn't why ought force be necessary. By the way, that's not even properly worded, dude. If force is necessary, you don't argue why ought something be necessary. If it's logically necessary, practically necessary, metaphysically necessary, it's not an ought statement. Are you on crack? Why ought something to be necessary? That's like saying, if 2 + 2 = 4, why ought the plus sign be necessary?
No, we can't.
Let's look at societies. Let's just
I'm
look
looking at societies. They all have rights. And
what are supernatural? What's supernatural there?
I'm trying to explain it to you. Because tell me, by any metric of measurement, how do I measure right?
We do make an ought. Look, in the end, Christians make an ought claim. You can't, dude. The force doctrine argument that's usually levied against the secularist, the person who ultimately, the progressive who ultimately needs to say, well, I want to enforce my views. That's the whole point, dude. Do you think it's a negative as a Christian? Don't you call yourself a Christian, enslaved by truth? You're going to say it's a criticism to look at a Christian and say they make ought claims? Like, first of all, that's not even true in the context of this kind of argument. But even if it was true, how is that a critique, dude? Oh, Christians making ought claims. Oh my gosh. What are we talking about, dude? Should abortion be illegal? Slave by truth? Should abortion be illegal?
Absent my faith in the right.
You can look and see who's hungry.
No, those are effects.
Fine.
Not the thing itself.
Fine.
How do I measure?
How do you measure anything? How do you measure God?
That's my whole point, though. You say I can't measure God,
but I can measure hunger. Easily.
But you can't measure a right.
But I can measure hunger.
But you can't measure a right, right?
Now, measuring hunger is not in question. Measuring the value judgment of hunger. We ought to solve hunger. You can't measure that. That's not an empirical claim.
I can say people have a right to.
You're appealing to a supernatural thing in your own dogmas.
Hunger?
Not hunger. Hunger would be a material condition.
Try this, Andrew. Try this. Try to say my.
Look, we're all hungry now. Hunger bad. Lent bad. Fasting bad. I'm hungry. Fasting bad. Societies that fast are societies that are hungry. Hungry societies are bad. Fasting's bad.
My point as best you can, and then show me why I'm wrong. But first,
I'll steel man it for you. Sure. So the steel man to your position is this. Andrew, as a sociologist, I've been all over the place, right? I've been to many countries. The countries that I generally see which have the best effects for the people are countries that embrace some sort of secular division between religion and not religion, okay? Those are the countries that you like the best because you see the best effect.
It's really simple. It's like, no matter what your view is, the moment you say society ought be ordered this way, and we move towards it, like when we're talking about what's best, the question ends up being, are you willing to enforce it? It's really simple. To all you retards out there who just failed to get this, when we talk about how society should be in your view, you describe the society you want, great. I got it all down on the vision board, okay? Are you willing to use force? To some extent, are you willing to use force toward that society and the maintenance of it? It's really simple, and none of you guys can deal with it, right? The two dum-dums here are not willing to actually answer the question. The price to mute, 24 hours, $50. He's cheaper than Maryland. $50 to mute EBT. $100 for TBE though, because he's actually he's permanently insufferable. Permanently.
Facts. You further go on to qualify this by saying, Andrew, I believe that human beings can get together, come up with formulas and laws and conditionals for how they can live, absent any appeal to anything which is supernatural.
Love it.
Am I wrong?
I appreciate that.
Now, why don't you do the same thing for my position?
Oh, okay. But then you got to tell me though what was wrong about what you just said.
Nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with what I said.
Okay. Well, then we're in agreement. Okay. So
okay, great. So what was
your position is this? I think your position is, Phil, at the end of the day, if you say that people have a right to vote, or people have a right to not be hungry, or people have health care, or a right to public education, you're making some kind of universalistic claim about rights. But at the end of the day, those rights don't live on a star. They don't live in outer, like, where are these rights? Who grants these rights? What are these rights? There's no there. So these assertions are just axiomatic state.
No. Colin Rock, this is how these guys are in particular. There's a little group of them. It's mostly representative of EBT and TBE. That they do all this stuff, but then they make fun of debating. So then they're like, but debating's so cringe, bro. And then they sit and peck at people's heels and try to make arguments and try to do counter arguments. But then they're like, ultimately they go, debating's gay, bro. Well, you know what's less gay? Showing up and just doing, heel nips. I love heel nips, bro. What is force? I already defined force. The use of physicality, energy, I would say even threat, against one's will. Follow up. What justifies the ought to believe in force doctrine? You're saying we ought to believe it? Oh, okay. So you're in a contradiction, by the way. If what you're saying is defining force is one thing, why ought we believe in a descriptive truth of reality? Is that what you're asking? Okay, so I didn't know you were a nihilist. So your argument, your question assumes you're asking, why should we accurately describe reality? Welcome to insanity world. Well, if you're a Christian, right, describing reality accurately would probably be aligned with matching your direction toward truth, which ultimately is a person. Now, you guys claim to be Christians. You would know this already. Why ought your thinking be rational? Why ought your understanding of reality be accurate and ultimately justified in pointing toward Christ? Why ought, right? See what I'm saying? You understand that your contention here is you're literally asking the question, why ought we agree that 2 + 2 = 4? Why ought we agree on the universals that we categorize the world? Trees, rocks, dogs. Why ought we appeal to language and accurately talk? Why ought we abide by the laws of logic? That's what you're asking. That's your argument against force doctrine? Congratulations. That argument goes against your very position. If that's your argument, it's applied to your very statement. You bimbos. If Phil takes the hat off and reveals that he's just hiding a couple of doves up there the whole time, he's going to win this. That's really funny. I wish there was a character out there at this point with debate world that actually did that, honestly.
Statements that have no.
Well, yeah, I think he's half that. EBT is half that. I don't think EBT gives a crap. I don't think he cares at all.
Empirical proof. And at the end of the day, they just resort to some kind of force, because if you say everybody has a right to go to school, and if someone denies that right, then we call the police to let them go to school. So your point seems to be that at the end of the day, secular humanism is based on nothing.
You believe in force. You believe in force. I also believe rights exist outside of the application of force. That's our essential disagreement. Am I close, Master? You believe in force. You also believe rights exist outside of the application of force. Yeah. I mean, you could say that. What we're talking about, though, Toilet Bowl Earth, is rights in the context of how they're talked about now. You could actually argue for a thing called a right biblically, but it wouldn't be the Enlightenment approach to individual liberties. It's a different thing. If that's what you're trying to do, I would avoid the equivocation and be very clear in what you mean by rights when you say rights. Because if you say rights and you're really talking about some sort of obligatory status or position you hold, like a right to a position, we're not talking about the same rights here. We're talking about modern day Enlightenment, philosophy, individualism stuff here. Talking about trans rights and stuff, okay? Gay rights. Talking about that stuff. Now, if you're going to affirm rights in the modern sense, then if you believe in rights, you also believe they could be violated. How are you going to believe in rights in the modern sense, but also hold they can't be violated, or they can be? So that would be the next question. If you believe in force, obviously it's not even up to a belief. It's just that's the state of things. Force is a physical phenomenon that you can replicate. You believe rights exist outside of the application of force. I would ask you, when someone violates a right, what use is describing a violation of the right if there's no force? That's like, in a sense, it's like saying, well, I believe force exists, and I also believe in laws. They exist. And you go, okay, what's a law without force? Because a right, in the sense, would just be an extrapolation of the law when you're talking about it. It's only meaningful to discuss rights in the context today as a way to isolate when something's been violated. That's the whole point. Like, for instance, we say we have a right to self-defense. This is a perfect example. We have the right to self-defense. What you're really saying is, can this go through a court system where likely, hopefully, if it's just, I'll be set free and I won't go to jail, right? Let's face it. That's actually what you're talking about. When you say, I have the right to self-defense, guess what? Notice how the right to self-defense changes depending on what state you're in. The same action, the same exact action in a different state will put you in jail or set you free or somewhere in between. When you say, I have the right, no, dude, Your Honor, I had the right to self-defense. Well, not in this case. You live in Colorado. It's really weird here. You have the right to hold and conceal carry, but you didn't have the right to defend your life in this building. But, Your Honor, I have the right to self-defense. Well, not really. You don't. You don't actually in this state. With this jury. Sorry.
It's groundless. It's just hot air. Am I right?
I think you got that to be perfectly charitable. I think you got like 80% of the position correct. The one deviation that we have is what the core of my argument here is, the core of the critique, which is just this, simply. We can, by your own admission now, and even now that you've steelmanned both our positions, we should be able to come to agreement that rights are basically only as good as they are enforced. They can change easily.
I agree with Andrew. Now, TBE is saying, no, rights aren't only as good as they're enforced. Tell me an example of where a right is a good thing if there's no enforcement of the violation of such said rights. I mean, what are we talking about?
Easily. They can change whether there's a dictator, a democracy, whatever. Rights are always changeable. They're always malleable. They're not written in stone, nothing like that. They're only as good as our faith in them is good, just like currency, right? That's it. So if that's the case, we're looking at force. And so if there's a universal claim that people ought to have these rights, which is what you're making, a universal claim, all people deserve to have these rights, then what you're asking for is a monopoly on force, because those rights can't be useful in any way, shape, form, or capacity absent force. So what you're asking Christians for is to give you the monopoly on force. That's the part that you're missing, I think.
Okay.
So why should Christians give you the monopoly on force? If you make the universal claim that these rights, that everybody ought to have these rights, which you're making that claim, and you agree that rights reduce to force, if Christians do not agree with you on what these rights are, why should they give you access to force?
You mean, so like, if Christians don't believe in gay marriage, why should they have to abide by it?
Why? No, why should they give you access to the force to enforce that gays ought get married? When you make this universal claim, gay men ought be married. I understand the claim. That makes sense.
See, that's the thing. That's what you guys have to, the people who are having trouble understanding this. If you say you believe in rights, okay, then the entailment is, if you believe in rights, belief in rights is meaningless unless you believe that also they should be enforced. Otherwise, what are we talking about?
If rights actually exist, why would anyone need the right to self-defense?
Yeah. Yep. Or like another one I think about is if you say I have the right to life and someone kills you, did they take your right? Is it like your right like a floaty, you know, and like all these like modern sort of pagan influence, you know, cartoons where every person has this little animal character? Like when you're killed on a bus in Baltimore and your body goes lifeless, is the right kind of like your suit is like another version of your spirit that like sparkles away? No, they took your life. They didn't take your right to life. They took your life.
Sense to me. It makes sense to me that you believe it. It makes sense that the reason you believe it is due to compliance, meaning you're going to use the power of the state to enforce rights. That's what you're going to do, and you're going to enforce those rights even if I don't like them on me. And one of your major criticisms from previous lectures was that you were concerned that Christians were going.
All right, this is looping now. Andrew, good job as per usual. This guy's meaningless. Let's do a nice big haul. 8 minutes, 8 chats. Let's do it. 8 minutes, 8 chats. We have like a 95-degree end of winter here. And this shirt is hot in here. So let's end on a high note. I have the right to your donations. This is Shortlandia. This is a taxation only. This is not a tax-free zone. You have 8 minutes. We can do it. Only 8. 8 and 8's easy. And then we'll look at some other places on the interwebs. Did I tell you guys I've been learning Blender, which is just awesome? Anyone in the chat know Blender? Some of you guys don't know. There's a lot of people in the chat today. Close to 1,000. Jim Bob. I'm a metalsmith. I was a metalsmith beforehand, and so now I'm gearing up to continue my skill in metalsmithing, because now I have a meaningful paradigm to do it in. And I've been learning like 3D software to make things. And anyone else doing that? Because I'm always torn. I'm like, should I play a video game or should I learn Blender? And every time I choose Blender. So shout out to all you Blender nerds. If you guys can help me, I almost want to do, maybe my mods can do this in my Discord. I might want to add a Blender room. Can you guys make that happen? I think I know how to make a room, but I think I need a Blender section, because I know there's a couple people who follow me who use it. So I would love that as a resource. Anyone wants to get into Blender. It's really damn cool. Thank you so much. Christians are to love thy neighbor as ourselves. We ought to seek control. Otherwise, we allow actions against God, backed by force against those who oppose the laws and rights of God. Yeah, I agree with that. That's actually, law is an act of love, in short, Farney. That's what I agree with that. Law, it's not any law. I'm just saying the principle of applied force and law is an act of love. AC Tax, yeah, exactly. Stay cool. Thank you. Wicked Wally, another 10. Let me address the crazies in their language. Hold on. Vajean's talking. She gets priority because she's from
They
poop,
didn't take
poop
away
land.
your right to life. They simply violated it. The government is supposed to protect your rights, which is why it's a crime to murder someone. Rights are inseparably linked to your humanity. When you're dead, you're a dead human, so you haven't lost your rights any more than you've lost your humanity.
Yeah, I disagree with you, though. I just think you lost your life. You don't have a right to life, any more than the God has a right to kill you at any time. So it's like, did they violate your right to life? I don't think so. I think they violated your life. I think life is a gift, not a right. I think the fundamental shift from Christianity to the Enlightenment philosophy is they morphed what should be seen as a gift, a blessing, a rarity, a lotto ticket that you won. Life. You have a life. That's a gift. You didn't earn your life. That's not yours. You don't have a right to it. How do you have a right to your life? You don't. It was a gift. You have an obligation to protect it. You have an obligation to cherish it. You have an obligation to treat it good, to bring good, to use your gifts. You have an obligation to not store your talents in the soil. You have an obligation. It's not the right. You don't have a right. Your life's going to end. You're going to bring your rights to God. I have a right to a fair jury. God, I know you're judging me. I know the ultimate judgment is your divine order. But I just thought maybe I would bring the rights argument, and maybe you could just kind of re-examine it from that perspective. Let me address the crazies in their language. Legend of Zelda has the Triforce. Applying Force doctrine is to Triforce. Yes, the Triforce is Trinity. Thank you for using their languages. Force doctrine is the gateway. Something. Wicked Wally. Hey, Wicked Wally, did you guys say you were geared up as catechumens to be baptized? Is that what you said? Recently? 3 minutes. 5 left. 3 minutes. Learning curve. The learning curve's pretty steep. You can get overwhelmed in Blender, but one tutorial at a time, one tool at a time is quite fun. What's your right to death? What about your right to death? Yeah, do you have a right to death? That's a good one. I like that. I like that rhetorical jab right there. I'll remember that. I have the right to take over your stream. Take it over with a super chat. 3 minutes, 5 to go, y'all. I have a right to your donations. Okay. 2 minutes, 20 seconds, 5 to go. I had to use a blender. Beautiful. It's so great to know that, Wicked Wally. The final countdown. Ba-da-da-da. All right. Well, you know my motto here. Not one goal met. Eli making it happen. 2 minutes, 4 to go. It can happen. My brother-in-law is visiting from India. I also was showing him your debates and didn't know how to explain the vagine to him. Yes, maybe sometimes you just don't explain it. Poor thing. I mean, that's really nice of you to let him visit, though, Eli. It's really nice of you. 4 in a minute and 20. 4 in a minute and 20. Enjoy the negative balance. How dare you? How dare you? You saw Europe when it was Europe? Did you ever see Europe when it was Europe? I saw Italy when it was mostly Italy. That's cool. Brady Harvey helping me out a little. This super chat wasn't a right. It was a duty. Yes. Fulfill your duties, y'all. 3 more. And don't leave it to the women like you guys normally do. 3 in a minute. We can do it. Let's leave it on a high note. Overcome these Debbie Downers, these junkies in the chat today. Something moral a Christian can do that an atheist can't do is to love God. Yeah, pray to God, love God. Yep. And participate in the sacraments.
You don't earn rights. If my iMac were given to me, it would be
Thank
a
you.
gift. I have a right to my iMac, and the government has a duty to protect my right to be secure in my property. When
Yeah.
you steal it, you violated
No.
my right to my property.
Not
I
really.
lost my iMac, but I didn't lose my right to it.
No.
Even if I never get it back from your thieving ass, I still
Nah.
have a right to it.
I don't think so.
Life is a gift, but that doesn't mean that I don't have a right
One
to
more.
it.
There we go.
Rights do not apply in a relationship between
No.
man and God, just
No.
men and other men.
No, I disagree. I appreciate the donation, but I disagree, and here's why. The government, the entity that you're claiming has the obligation to protect your property, okay, they can take your property. And so when you say I have the right to my iMac when the government takes it, can you tell me where your right to the iMac is if the government, the one that's enforcing your rights, the violation of? See, you see, the thing is, the violation of your right is conditional on circumstances. That means that ultimately, when an urban steals something for less than $800 in San Francisco, they didn't violate any rights. The store doesn't have a right to their iMac if it's less than $800. Notice that? Guess what? When the government takes your iMac, Vagine, and you say, I have the right to my iMac, can you tell me how you get your iMac back if you have the right to it, please? I mean, I couldn't ask for a better example than property. When you say I have the right to my property, you're like, yeah, so long as the justice system is set up in a way, and after the fact, the events happen, they look at it, and the justice system goes, nope, you were in the right. You had the right to get your stuff back, or you had the right to defend your stuff with force. They determine that, not you. If you just had the right to it, you wouldn't need a governing system to look back post hoc and determine whether you had the right. And by the way, this is a good distinction too. They don't have the right, they don't have the obligation to protect your house or your stuff at all. They simply enforce when it's been violated. They don't defend your stuff. They don't defend your stuff. That's a false premise. Look at Warren versus, Colorado? Warren versus Colorado. They have no obligation to protect your life. They have no obligation to protect your property or your stuff. And yet, when they take your stuff and you say, I have the right to my stuff, and they're like, haha, that's cute. Thank you, Giovanni. Yes, I expect most of your check. Most of it. So yeah, that's just you're really just asserting a thing that in the instance when it's violated, you can't point to where it is. Hey, government, you give me my car right back. That I have a right to my stuff. They're like, okay. And just to end it, the thing that's going to determine whether or not you have the right to your laptop that the government now has, guess what the arbiter is? I should do it in my Andrew voice. Guess what the arbiter is? What's going to be the determining factor whether or not you do get back your iPad? What's the thing? Is it going to be a sign? Is it going to be a sign of my rights? Is it going to be a sign? No, it's not. The only thing that will determine whether or not you get the iPad back from your government is the government itself, first of all, or force. And even if you said some legal avenue to get it back from the government, guess what that legal avenue is buttressed with? TBE. Force. It's the only meaningful reason we have a functioning legal system with avenues is force.
When they take my property, they are men and have violated my rights. You're appealing to a violation of rights to demonstrate that rights don't exist.
No.
They don't determine what my rights are. They are to protect my right. This is
don't.
what the 2A is about as well.
No, it's
You
not.
say when it's violated. How can something be violated that doesn't exist?
No, it's not violated. That's what I'm saying. It's never was a thing to get violated to begin with. It's a permission slip, bro. Can my kid have a gun? No. Can all people, all men who exist have a gun? No. What they're doing, what you call a violation of a right, is simply the government, the teacher, saying you no longer have Xbox privileges, dude. That's what I'm saying. All you're talking about in a fanciful way is the government, who's the dad, is either granting the kid Xbox permission or not. When they take it, they didn't take a right. They simply removed your permission. That's it. And we know this because not everyone can own a gun. Not everyone has the right to drive. Not everyone can vote. Not everyone can do everything. Why? Because the government is a permission slip printing system. So no. Where's your right if it's just a permission slip? Well, that's my point. It's a permission slip. That's all it is to begin with. That's it. All it ever was is a permission slip from stronger people. And nothing's been said to show otherwise. Okay? If they take your right to own a gun, how are you going to get that back if you have a right to it? Tell me, please. Anybody. Aristocrat, nice. Nicely done. You have more power now. You get to give. By the way, the people who are wrenches in my chat, they're the rights maker. It's so hard. Well, because they're romanticizing rights. They really believe they were raised in this environment, I think. That, like, I used to be a rights LARPer. Big time. That's what libertarianism and rights. You know, I used to make fun of the leftists for saying, you think the government gives you rights? I mean, this is absurd. And you know what? They were right. The blue-haired tards were right in that instance when they said that. When the government disallows someone from owning a firearm, they are violating that person's rights. Rights don't come from the government. No, they're not. They're not. They do. They do come from the government. If they can disallow someone from owning a gun, then it's demonstrable that they're the ones giving the right because they can give it back, right? They're not. They're really not, though, Big Daddy. They're not. I mean, it's already a contradiction. If the government can stop someone from owning a gun, then they're the ones who give it back to them. Then it does come from the government. Absolutely. It's a permission. Here, you can have a gun. No, I'm going to take it back. In fact, the government could do that weekly. They could make like I bet some European countries are doing this, where they're like, it's gun month. It's the month you can own a gun. Or there's a couple, right? It's like a quarter. Or 1 month a quarter you can own a gun. It's gun month, right? Wrong and correct. Deist men who wore powdered wigs made the claim in writing the rights are real and correct, Jim Bob. So wrong, bigot. Yeah. You're just making me pay into your pay pig by arguing with me. Rights come from your ontological state as a human being. I don't think so. I think your obligations do. Big Daddy Pod. You're because the state of a being, you need a Christian paradigm for this. So if your state of being is your image bearer status, right? That comes with culpability. That comes with deontology. But you could fulfill your Christian deontology without the Enlightenment approach to all of these things. If someone took your right to certain online material or some level of speech, well, certainly from a Christian paradigm, there are duty-based positions that would necessarily violate what you call a right. It might be your Christian duty to take the gun away from someone who is clearly not well. Do you have a right? Or is it an obligation? Do you have an obligation to stop someone from deleting themselves? Now, this is the problem, Big Daddy, with the position you have now is if you were to be consistent with your current position, you have no right to violate someone's autonomy and will as a human being for them to delete themselves in front of you. Your own family, someone close to you to make it real for you. You have no right to stop them using force from ending their life. You have no right. That's why the Christian deontic position is more powerful. No. Who cares what you say or right is? It's my obligation to stop them from offing themselves. It's my obligation to take their, quote, right to own the firearm, perhaps, for a short time. Dude, they can take it away, okay? It's simple. If the government can take away the thing, then they're the ones giving you the right to have it to begin with. If they can take it away. If you have a right to the thing, they wouldn't, how could they take it away? And then you say, well, no, they can take it away. They're just violating my right. Well, where's the rights? If someone else takes it away and it's not the government, if someone else steals your stuff and you say you violated my right to own my stuff, who do you appeal to when you make the statement? Because without the government, you wouldn't need that language. They would have the right to take your stuff if they can do it successfully without being killed. Simple as that. Try it. Make my day, basically, kind of scenario. Just try it. Give it a shot. Because the person could just say, I have the right to take your stuff. And you're like, no, you don't. And they're like, yeah, I do. And you're like, no, I have a right to defend my stuff. And you're violating my right to own the stuff. And we're like, no, I'm not. I have the right to take it. It's in my human nature. My very nature of being is to be able to take stuff with force, with cunning. So I have a right to do it. And then, you know what you get there? You just have a standoff and you say, whoever wins the duel gets the stuff. Rights are a legal term. They're essentially meaningless without a structured legal system that usually post hoc assesses. For instance, the same thing, Big Daddy. You would say you have a right to self-defense, right? You say, of course, yeah, I have a right to defend myself. Well, why does that change per state? Why in some states you can't defend yourself? You have to run. You actually don't have the right legally to defend yourself. You have the legal obligation to run away. If you have a right to self-defense, why is it determined legally after the fact in a courtroom? What was the humanist wearing? He was wearing a really funny hat. Is that a joke setup, though? I have a feeling you're telling a joke. If you're talking about this guy, that hat, I don't know. I don't know what he is wearing. Wearing something. Yeah, you can't defend yourself in the UK. Try to exercise your rights in the White House. Yeah, go to a school, You can't exercise your right at the school. They would say, the liberty person would say, you're violating my right to carry a gun any place I want to be, including this public school. And they would say, you're violating the right for us to determine that there's no guns allowed at public school. Okay? So it's a what is it? Is it a stalemate? It changes per state because the government is violating the right. No, the rights of the people without the government. Look, if the government is the one violating the rights and not giving you the rights or taking them away, let's remove the government for a second. Can you tell me, imagine a reality where there's no government. It's just anarchy, essentially. There's no power structure. There's no ultimate authority. You call the police. There's no police to call. There's no justice system. Can you tell me, absent the government, the body that would be violating the rights, the same body that's violating the rights is also the ones providing the mechanism for processing the violations of the rights? It's a bit of a paradox. You remove it, it's gone. You just have people now. Okay? Where could you say rights were violated at this point? Where? You couldn't. You just couldn't. You couldn't do it. And to say it universally was the case that without the government, you were without this legal structure to understand and filter a violation of a right, what are you referring to?
Secular humanism. That is my screen name forever going forward. That is all.
How is different from might makes right is the argument. No, might makes it. The argument is might makes. So if might makes is descriptively the case, then you need it. It forces the person to then expand the view. Might be right, actually, in some cases. But that's the point, is that if might just makes, to add the right part, you're going to need a paradigm, and you're going to have a battle between competing worldviews who agree that they want their worldview enforced. That's what Andrew tried to get out of this person. It took so long, and he really still couldn't get it out of this weasel. It's that it's getting the person to admit that they will be willing to use force to apply their worldview and their ethics. That's the point of it. It's not that might makes right in the sense that it's always right. It's that if might simply makes, you need something extra to add in the correct, when is it correctly used, when is it incorrectly used. And that's the point. It draws out the atheist secularist into a very clean position that's supposed to be clean, Phil Zuckerman, where they say, you know what, yeah, I have a worldview and I want it enforced. And then Andrew gets to say, great, thank you. That should have taken 2 minutes. I also have a worldview that I want to enforce. So which worldview is better for society insofar as enforcing it? Which worldview is better for society? Which one is it? Anyway, rights are a hard one for people to get past because
I have the right to eat my own poop, and who dare is gonna stop me from doing so?
That's right, Vagine. You have the right to do that. You do. You have the right. These poor girls from 18 to 35 years old now, they have the right to participate in online prostitution. It's their right. And no government's going to stop them and trump their liberty to do so. You understand? You can't do it, right? I have the right to wear this in public, even though I should be arrested for wearing it in public. But I have the right to do it. It's my freedom of expression. Yes, totally. It's like really embedded, especially in right-wing liberty movements, where you think liberty is the thing we're supposed to be pursuing ultimately is liberty. And we've witnessed that no. Liberty as a goal itself is not sufficient.
I'm going broke.
Don't go
Rights
broke.
don't require others or the government. If I'm on a deserted island all alone, I have a right to speech, religion, my property, and so forth. When someone shows up and silences me, stops me from worshipping, steals my stuff,
Yeah.
those rights don't disappear.
Okay.
They simply violated me.
Nope.
Under your worldview, there's no right to violate anyone in any way.
No, that's wrong. So the person who shows up, why don't they have the right to violate you? Like your scenario actually really demonstrates how fickle the view is. If you're on a deserted island and you have the right to do anything.
I'm right. You're wrong. I'm fat. You're ugly. Get
Fair
used
enough.
to it.
Fair enough.
Vagine says so.
If you're on a deserted island and you declare you have the right to do whatever you want until someone else shows up and takes it from you, why isn't it the case that you're violating their right to violate you? It's totally arbitrary. You're violating me. Look, if you can't defend what you're doing, you don't have a right to begin with. What are you talking about? They have the right to do that too. They just declared it so, just like you did on the island. I don't understand how you're not getting this. What, other than you just declaring it so? Exactly, Daniel. By this logic, I have the right to control every one of you guys. Yeah, that's right. You just declare it. That's the point. I have the right to do XYZ because I declared it on an island. You showed up and you violated my self-declared thing. What makes your self-declared thing... Here, I'll do it in Andrew's voice again. What makes your declaration of what a right is more important than mine? What makes it more important? I also arrived on the island and I have more guns. I have more guns. I have those old Russian sketchy grenades. Got a puckle gun. Can you tell me, other than your own self-declared internal declaration, can you tell me if there's anything else that makes your statement true? Anything at all? Happy to hear it. You can't. You can't. Because when you say my rights, you're saying my guns. They should just stop saying rights and start saying my guns. Anyway, I'm right, you're wrong, I'm correct, you're incorrect, I'm smarter, you're not, I won, you lost. Can you get, yeah, maybe I'll bring Ye back. That's funny. He might actually still be hooked up, in fact. Is he? Hold on a second. Someone super chat. Let me see if it's still there. All right. Someone super chat. I think it might actually be hooked up still. I'm right. You're left. I'm good. You're bad. I'm virtuous. You're evil. You're dumb. You're all dumb. I'm the smartest person on the internet. Anyway, I'm hungry. So, because I'm hungry, I find a place for you to go. I find a place for you to go. I find a place for you to go.
Bring back the Kirk memes.
Okay, it's set to the wrong.
What's
Kirk,
good, it's your boy.
You know what? Kirk memes might be justified. I had such a grand time with those things, and then I felt bad because his face was so weird. But now I think you're right. I think you're right about that, Beef. Thank you, Jordan. Okay, so it's set up to the more serious guy, but I'll change it. I'll bring Kanye back for you guys.
I am about to start day drinking because of you.
Yeah.
I have a right to day drink.
Do you?
I've spent so much now, I'm going to have to do sexual favors for the edge to pay for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have the right to do that, right? Until the government says no. There's some places in the South you can't. If you get caught day drinking, you go to jail. Does the state have the right? This is what's also interesting. Not to go into it again, but does the state have the right to determine what's a right in the state? Because now you got a macro, you got a meta problem with rights now. States' rights. Does the state have the right as a larger individual to determine its own behaviors from the larger daddy called the federal government? Well, if you agree with that, you're in a sort of a problem. You got a problem. Because now the state, the littler daddy, gets to decide the littlest daddy. You know, like Ayn Randian used to say with her big ugly face. What did she say? The individual is the only strongest minority. The truest, smallest minority is the individual. There should be no entity that determines what a man should do with his life. His own will is the only matter of importance. If a man wants to drive on the left side of the road, he must do that. Okay, Bergenstein. I have the right to cover your face with a bag. The Rand Institute. Unbelievable. You think the Rand Institute would have taken off? It was called...
The state doesn't give your rights. All they can do is protect them or violate them. You're
No,
begging the question that states give you rights. /
No. States have rights. I'm talking about states' rights. When you say, does the state have itself as an entity, its own set of things it can determine? But no. No, the state gives the state, I don't know if you're talking about states or the state, like the state, the entity. No, they can take your rights. That's the thing. Who determines if someone, look, it's really simple. The Big Daddy, if the state takes your car, the gay one, the Excursion, if they take your giant female car, okay, let's say they just haul it out and they don't even give you an answer. They don't even talk to you. They're like, this big lesbian car that you think is masculine, clearly a feminine car by the name Excursion. Let's go for an Excursion. They take it from you. You say, damn government violated my rights.
We back from the rest? Nah, can't believe this guy put down the best. Arrest this main cuz I'm back again. Got
Nice
the
rapping.
whole chat blow like muzzle in a van.
I'm so sorry I didn't switch it over to Kanye in time for you. Okay, so look, dude. The government takes your Excursion, right? And you're like, fuck, no. Give me back my car. Right? And you go, they violated my rights. Who are you talking to? Seriously, when you declare that the government took your right, violated your right by taking your Excursion, who are you talking to? That's the point. You're talking to no one. You're talking to yourself. In your head, you deserve the car, right? It's yours. Guess what? It's not. It's
Did not
theirs.
violate Adam's right to bear arms.
To bear arms, that's cute. I like that. That's what I'm saying. The only thing that makes your right true is your ability to get your car back, right? That's all you got. Damn government took my Excursion. That's my right. They violated my right to own my car. Yeah? That's what you say. Can you demonstrate it? Well, no, the only way you could demonstrate it is ... by appealing to the guys with the guns, or you become the guys with the guns. That's it. It's really quick. It's really simple. I mean, if you just watch children and the way they interact with toys, it's really simple that they have no right to any of the toys.
Stop arguing with me. I
Taking your
can't
money.
Stop.
Taking your
I'm
money.
on a bench here that I can't afford.
Yeah.
Have mercy.
No, that's
You're
how I
driving
work.
me to opening an OnlyFans account.
That's how I work,
I don't
yo.
have to talk to anyone for my rights to exist and for the government to have violated it.
That's how I work, dog. Anyway, Big Daddy, you should debate it. I'm not debating till after Lent, but there's plenty of people, even in my chat, you can get up on a panel. You could even get Andrew on this, dude. Look, dude, why don't you just go to the boss? Final boss, dude. Do it. The final boss will debate you. He'll debate you. Do it. Do it. I highly suggest that. It'll be good for your channel. Invite him, Dane. Invite him, challenge him. Do it. Don't wait for me.
Under your position, I don't have a claim to the car that was taken because I don't have a right to it. You have a right to your YouTube proceeds.
No, I don't.
If they don't pay you, they have violated you.
No! If they don't pay me, guess who I have to appeal to? I have to appeal to the government. Okay? If the government doesn't respond, do I have a right to my payments? If the government just fails to respond, they shut down. The government shuts down. YouTube doesn't pay out any YouTubers. The government shuts down. There's no legal avenue with the use of force. Do you understand that legality is the outsourcing of force? Do you understand that? That when you say, that's unfair, you're violating my legal right to a XYZ. If you don't have the guns, a legal system, including voting, is a man exporting, outsourcing, forfeiting their use of force, threat of force. Otherwise, we're mobsters. You go up and you then go to... If we really had the right, if YouTube could withhold money, and if I really had the right to it, I could take on the position of the government and just go like they do. That's a perfect way of looking at it. Here, look. Let's draw. Watch this. Sometimes you guys need it visually, right? Okay, let's give it visually. Watch this. Make this real easy. All right, here we go. From the start. Okay. Here's you. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's too big. All right, watch this. This will be fun. Okay, you guys ready? This will be really grand. All right. Okay, here we go. All right. No. 0. All right. Here. Wait, what's happening? Nope. All right. Here. That's you. Here's YouTube. Okay. And there's stupid little play button. There's YouTube. You know? Hey, YouTube, where's the super chats, bro? Where's the super chats, bro?
If rights proceed from government and not from the image of God, then there's no such thing as oppression. No way Andrew would debate a little guy like me. You're debating me now, and as soon as I get off of here, I'm telling God on you.
No. I wish that chat I could bring back up the text of it. No. The rights don't come from God. You know, God doesn't give you... God, the image bearer status. This is why you need to move into orthodoxy, Dane, if that's Dane. You got to move into orthodoxy. Because you're going to get a better conception of this. Because when you say God, you're the image bearer status, and you just go, well, the image bearer means I deserve stuff. No. The image bearer status doesn't give you privileges. You know, Andrew says rights are privileges without duties. That's right. A right in every sense of the word is a privilege you get without any duty. You don't, like, you have a right to own a gun. You don't have a duty from that position, from that definition. It doesn't mean you have to go get one. Right? You agree with that? If it was a part of your image bearer status that you had to have a gun, then you'd need to defend that argument. But no. Privilege, no, that's actually the weakest Christian position. If you were to say, I'm going to take a Christian position and say God endowed me with image bearer status, and what it means is I get stuff, that's entitlements. Dude, you don't want to live an entitlement-based Christian paradigm where you're deserved of stuff. Sounds like it's like a chick, dude. That's like chick stuff. Anyway, I deserve this. I deserve it. No, you deserve nothing. You're the chief sinner. You pray. I mean, come on, dude. A Christian view of deserving stuff? No, you got to get away from this, man. Seriously. All right, anyway, back to this. YouTube doesn't pay out to everybody, not just me. They just say, screw it, we're doing this. You know why? Because they realize the government is not operating right now. And you go, I have the right. Here's you, right? Waving your hand. Here's you. Hey, you can't do that to me. I declare right here that I have a right. RT. Right. My right. You pay me. And they go, no, dude. Now, what do? You don't go to that. You go to them. If they don't listen to you, guess what? You don't go to yourself. You don't go to yourself. Who do you go to? You go to this other thing over here. That's what you do. That's what you do. You threaten them legally, right? You write them a legal letter. What do you say, guys? You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Well, I'm sorry. I thought you had rights to the payments. Why are you asking the state to do the work for you if you have the right? Why are you going to the castle? The court? Why are you going to the court castle for it? They're going to get your money from you? Oh, they're going to threaten them, right? What are they going to threaten them with? What, signs? Are they going to borrow your right signs? Hey, the government's like, hey guys, I'm going to get your money back. You know what I need? I just need to get your right sign, your activism sign. I'm going to get your activism sign and that'll show them. No, they threaten them. Legal consequences, jail, penalties, money. They threaten them. The government gives you your money back. They do the brute work for you. They're the muscle. You're not. If you had the right to this in the situation, you could omit this funny government goblin. You could omit that and just go yourself to YouTube and get your money, right? How would you do that? Cry? Hold the sign higher? Make it brighter? Make it a neon sign? No. How do you get it back? You would have to use the same tactics as this guy.
I'm going to have to start doing really kinky stuff if I keep sending you money. It's not about deserving. I'd love to hear you explain why murder is wrong without ultimately appealing to the image of God and how violating that image carried by the other person is wrong. That image bestows the right to life on that person.
No, it doesn't. You're smuggling in the last part. The movement against God, the fact that we're image bearers of God, that when we act against ourselves, this is where your argument falls apart. If it was true that you have the right, and the right, your entitlement to do stuff, is matched or embedded in the image bearer status, it's not even about, that's why I brought up the self-deletion, which you didn't really engage with here, Dane. Forget about acting against others. We would agree from a Christian paradigm, the act against man, an act against God, given the circumstances. But the problem you guys fall into, he's just giving it all away.
You go to the government and appeal to them to defend your right to your
No, not
money.
defend it. No, not defend it.
Grounds you cite
No.
to get them to pay
No.
you what they owe you.
Nope. They don't defend it. They use force. Okay? Now, if the government doesn't exist, what do? What do? You use force. That means it's force against force. So if YouTube has greater force, if the government didn't exist, who's getting your money for you? Who's going to do it? You going to do it? Okay, let's go back to the other thing. It's really important.
Rights are entitlements absent duty. Humans are not entitled anything from God.
Yes, that's right. You're entitled nothing. And if you were, this is a really important point, and then we'll try to end it here, unless Dane just keeps giving me his excursion payments. All right. Okay.
If rights are from God, then he should have given Adam a musket/sword in the garden.
Yeah, perhaps. Okay, here's a really important distinction, Dane. Just hold off on the super chat, and that's very rare for me to say. Okay. Acting against others from the image bearer status argument can be justified, okay? But you smuggled in something at the end, right? You smuggled in, you have the right to something, right? Okay, hold on. Forget the other person. That means you have the right to take your own life from that view.
Even
now,
in my best school years, I could never draw as good as this. Not being sarcastic, I'm
Thank
just
you.
that bad with drawing.
It's actually hard to draw on this. It's a mouse.
Big Teddy, don't listen to these bigots. You deserve the world queen.
Queen.
Doing those emoji.
Nice. That's funny. Okay, so that's the thing. This is where you get in trouble. And this comes up in every libertarian debate. When you say I have the right to XYZ, and you have no right to violate me, my autonomy, or take my stuff, then Dane, this is where your whole system collapses ethically. And the metaphysics of the image bearer status collapses. If you have the entitlement to do what you want, and no one has the right to intervene, then to be consistent, Dane, you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to say, when someone offs themselves, not only is that attributed to their own image bearer status, their right to do that, not only that, but you as an outsider have no right to use force to stop them from doing it. That's the end. You have to think about this. Like, I don't even want another super chat response. If you're consistent, Dane, you have no right to stop your loved one from offing themselves because you're violating their right, their God-given right to off themselves. You're violating their autonomy. They get to do what they want with their body. That's the God-given right. That's what image bearer status means, right? That you can just do what you want with your body. Are you going to stop the guy? Are you going to stop him from offing himself? Are you going to catch him from jumping from the bridge? What are you going to do? Are you going to violate his rights? Yeah, Vigo, that's exactly what needs to come up. Do we have the right to choose how we die? Yeah. Offing.
I
Off self.
engaged with the self-deletion in Super Chat, but YouTube kept rejecting it and I forgot. They use force to defend why our right to your property that YouTube has. On the self-deletion, that person has a right to do that. I choose to violate his rights in his best interest. Yes, I'm giving IT all away. You've pimped me out.
Okay.
I'm your hoe now.
I'm your hoe now. Yeah, so you would violate rights. Okay, so then you just agree with me. Then suddenly rights as you know them can be violated justly. That's it. That's all we needed. That's a concession. I can give you one instance where you're going to violate someone's rights and it's justified, then now you're the government. Guess what? You're the government now. Right? Now is it justified to take someone's pew-pew? How about stop them from saying something? That's exactly my point. That proves the point, dude. That proves the point. The moment you can get someone to bite the bullet and say, "Yeah, no, I would violate rights for duty," that's my point. Now, if there is an entity that's not you, that's an extrapolation of you, that's called the government, and they could violate rights, but it's in the name of good, then now you have to agree with that. That's it. Wrap it up. All right, I'm hungry. It's a defeater. That's right. Anyway, by the way, get your stickers if you guys are excited. They shipped out. They're all shipping out this week. There's plenty to get. Go to madebyjimbob.com and get your ortho stickers. They're pretty awesome. Enjoy them. We'll always be making something new. Also, if you're interested in the iconography class, there's already 9 people signed up. He just can't quit me.
It's not a concession that rights don't exist. It's just agreeing that sometimes there are justifiable reasons to violate someone's rights. I'm still violating something that exists.
No.
Rights.
No, you're violating their wants. That's all you're doing. You're violating their wants. Calling a want, a desire, a right is meaningless. You're violating...
God gave the command to not murder. If life were a right, why would God need to reveal to Moses the enforcement consequences for disobeying the duty?
That's right. That's right. No, just call you this. That just shows that all you're really violating is someone's will. You're really just saying what you're calling a right is just someone's will. They have a will to end it. They have a will to end it. They have a desire. They have a desire. And you're violating, you're impeding on their desire. That's all you're doing. There's no thing you're violating called a right. It's literally them wanting to do something and you stopping it.
Class.
It's possible. He does a tour, so I'll tell him about it when he visits. But anyway. All right, enough. Dane, don't give me any more tips, please. Stop. Just stop. Do a whole stream on it. Get everyone go watch Dane's stream. He's going to have to do a stream on this at some point or debate someone. Go forth and try to defend it. Yay, salad. We're trying to get thin. We're trying to get thin. I have a big old fat stomach that I could grab with 2 hands. That's what I got. A big fat stomach. Stop it, Dane.
W. Jim Bob, my big ol' aching ass. I'm right. You're wrong. And my beard is bigger than yours.
It might be bigger, but it's see-through. I can see your peachy little... I can see your rosy little Santa Claus face through your beard, Dane. Mine's like one of Dracula's overcoats. But you're making my hair weaker, okay? I'll give you that. You're giving me more gray hair than I deserve. All right, enough of this. Let's send you guys on your way. I can't hog the internet all day, even though it's the best stream on YouTube. You know, I might be the best stream on YouTube, but I can't be the only one. I have a right to it. I have a right to a trophy. Okay? Ooh, Deconstruction Zone is on. Deconstruction Zone? All right, well, I don't see anyone live that I care about. So, you get what you get. Rhetorically Defective is coming up soon, but I don't know when.
You say privilege is absent duties.
That's right,
but I have
Vagine.
duties absent toilets.
Yeah, that's right, Vagine, and you have no right to poop in the street. I don't even want to give you the right to live in my neighborhood, if I'm being honest. Is Tony? It does. I don't see any Tony. I don't see any Tony. Need some stream advice? Oh, do you? I've been doing live streaming.
Some stream advice, by the way.
Or you just been doing panels? What's funny is my advice for people is to don't do panels. Panels suck. I mean, they just suck. It's just it's like
Tell
a
them
beacon.
To stop banning Maryland without paying up.
Yeah, stop banning Maryland without paying up. You bunch of tyrants. Chris? I'm supposed to do a show with Chris. I just can't figure out the time. Law Strange? Law Strange? Okay, there you go. You're going to Chris Lestrange. Voila. Easy peasy. All right. God bless you all. Thank you for all the support. Really appreciate it. Nice job Wilson, and EBT, TBE, take that. Take that. I'm out. By the way, I might get Precinct. My next gaming stream might be Precinct. I'm still deciding. All right. God bless you all.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Just another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. That's another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.